All right, we are back. It's I don't know about you guys, but it has been quite a busy week for me. Another busy week. It's a shame, honestly, because uh, this summer was really supposed to be about the channel. I was gonna spend it uh, concentrating on like editing and updating the look of everything, uh, just trying to expand the reach of the channel. But I haven't really had time to concentrate on it, and it's a real shame. Uh, if anything, things are a little bit worse off. If anyone remembers, uh, last week was supposed to be my big Gunsmith Cat stream, which I was really looking forward to. That was an anime that I always thought looked cool, and I was really looking forward to checking it out. And it seemed like everything was going well for a while, but then uh, near the tail end, I noticed that the stream had been forcibly stopped by YouTube because of copyright reasons. I don't know exactly when it happened, but I think it was after I had finished watching Gunsmith Cats and switched gears over to watching uh, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, because the guy who had uploaded that to YouTube, uh, the retro Gunsmith Cats marathon with like all the old Sci-Fi Channel commercials and stuff. He also does other retro stuff, and while I was perusing his content, I just tripped over something that looked interesting, and I thought I'd check it out. And apparently, that was a mistake. Uh, I had no idea that Cadillacs and Dinosaurs was such a fiercely guarded IP. That really caught me off guard. Thankfully, uh, I've recorded that stream, so at some point, uh, I'm just gonna go ahead and chop that up and put out an edited version of that for you guys to check out. Don't know when that's gonna be though. I mean, it's first come first serve on this long to do list that I've got. And I've the little time that I've spent to myself, I've just been kind of meditating on what I want to do, what I need to do, and what order I need to do it. I've honestly been so busy that I didn't even really have time to plan uh, what I was gonna do for this stream. I really didn't have any big ideas. It didn't help that like that was my first real like uh, run in with copyright. I mean, there were a couple bits in the Scott Pilgrim streams that I had to go back and mute in order to handle those disputes. But this is the first one where it's like, no, full stop, stream's not happening. You made a boo boo, and we're stopping your stream dead in its tracks. And that was rough. I'm still a little shell shocked from that. And so I've been admittedly just kind of apprehensive about checking out anything else like that. And does that sound messed up to anyone else? Like, this guy can upload all these full episodes of Gunsmith Cats and Cadillacs and Dinosaurs and all sorts of other stuff, and that's cool. But I tried to stream my viewing of that, my first reactions to that content, and oh no, that's too far. No, you can't do that. Come on, I really have half a mind to go to that guy's channel and just flag all his content. I mean, it's only fair, right? Like, If I can't stream it, he shouldn't be allowed to host it. Like, straight up. And that's a shame because I really like that guy's content. I don't really want to bother that guy, but like this, it doesn't seem fair to me. It doesn't seem fair that he can have all these videos, but when I try to stream my reaction to it, that's unacceptable. I'm gonna need a little bit more of an explanation on what the difference is. That just seems so bogus to me. So for now, it's just gonna be me reading the One Piece chapter, and I've been trying to set up something that I've wanted to do a long time, a One Piece tier list. I've got the tier list maker for every devil fruit pulled up here, and I've been trying to update it because it's missing a couple things. It's pretty well updated. It says it's up to chapter 1083, but you know there's been some developments since then. There are some key figures missing. And besides that, I wanted to punch it up by not just doing the canon devil fruit users. I wanted to do the non-canon ones too, because I think there's some interesting stuff going on in that sphere. It's stuff that not a lot of people talk about. People like to skip over the non-canon stuff, and I thought I'd switch it up. But in order to make that happen, I've tried to squeeze in some time where I go and fetch all these pictures of these characters to put into the tier list maker, and it's been a bit of a painful process too, because for whatever reason, the One Piece wiki really likes to use the WebP format, a format that I haven't seen anywhere other than wikis, and basically no one else uses. It's not compatible with like most apps, most software, none of that. All it does is just add extra steps where I have to copy the image, open it up in Paint, then save it as a different format, and then I can actually use it. And that's something I've had to deal with for a long, long time at this point. And speaking of obstacles, my email app is really, really acting up, where it keeps opening up for no reason and at random intervals. Hopefully that doesn't happen during the stream, because it's really annoying. And if I have my screen pulled up, I mean, that's obviously quite the compromise in privacy. Actually, you know what I should do? I should just open it. I should open it so it can't be reopened, and then pull it up on the other screen. There we go. See, now you can't get the drop on me. You can't open it up if it's already been opened. I hope. Ugh. Funny stuff going on. But I think now I'm going to go ahead and crack open that new One Piece chapter. Which, hold on a sec. Dang it. I did the thing again where I've got my mic right in front of me, so now I have to like type around it. I really need to find a better solution for this. Although I'm pretty sure the better solution is just get a better mic, and not cling on to this old one that's like, I don't know, like 12 years old. this is really supposed to be open. I try to keep the YouTube Studio tab with my stream open at all times. So next time something goes awry, I'll be able to notice right away. I mean, that's how I noticed last time. Should be good this time, though. We're not watching anything. Now it's blocking my OBS. There we go. And the other thing about this this website is I've got to be careful about clicking on stuff because it's been popping up some really inappropriate ads. But let's see. We've got yeah, because they said new Shonen Jump cover and new color spread, and it's looking pretty high. But I'm not really sure what this is about. Everybody's dressed real dapper, especially Luffy. One Piece 27, 20. I don't know. It seems like some sort of occasion, I guess. Oda says, it's been so long since I last saw Summers live. They always help me laugh off my stress when I watch their comedy routines. Okay. Oh boy. Ooh. This... Now that's a collar spread. Oh my gosh. That's gotta be one of the top contenders. I gotta do a tier list of all the different collar spreads as well. Because this one is a winner. Golly. I mean, obviously, I really appreciate the content, but like all jokes aside, this is honestly a really good color spread. I love all the shading going on. Not used to seeing such elaborate shading going on in Oda's work. Super colorful too. But oh, the thing that I meant to say earlier was you've seen the thumbnail for this stream. It says the end of Egghead. That is purely speculative. Like, I don't know. I know almost nothing about this chapter. I don't know. I get a funny feeling that Egghead might finally be coming to a close. And so just kind of spur of the moment to try and come up with something punchy for the thumbnail. Since I didn't have a lot planned, I just said the end of Egghead. So if I get to the end of this and it turns out that we're not leaving, boy, am I going to have egg on my face. But let me see if I remember what happened last chapter. I think the Thousand Sunny finally got off the cloud, and it should be in the water or landing in the water. And I can see here that we still got to shake off Saturn, though. That's like the one last hurdle that we have. Everyone else is kind of distracted with whatever's going on Egghead trying to stop the broadcast. Yeah, and that kind of thing. But we'll see. This one is called The Ebb and Flow of the Ages, which is a very non-specific title. I can't really glean too much from that. The clash comes to a head. Watch out for those claws. Oh yeah, they're like poisonous or something. We can't let them get away. Fire. They're poisonous. Don't touch them. And this is something that is always a little irksome about One Piece, is it seems to not draw no distinction between poison and acid. Where if something is really poisonous, it will also have corrosive properties. Bit of a weird thing going on there, but whatever. Well, yeah, nothing good can come from touching that. What an intense attack. You still won't stay down, you bastard. Oh, Bonnie is trying to get up and go into her fake Nika form as well. Mumble. Luffy defending Bonnie from Saturn's poison attack. Bonnie's back up. Wow. I gotta say, after so many super duper talky chapters, I'm not used to this where it's a full page of almost nothing but action. There's very little back and forth here. It kind of makes commentary a little bit difficult. If I'm just telling you what I see, there's not much to it. I mean, last chapter had a huge bomb where like a new character was revealed to secretly be a D. But if it's just action, I don't know. Bonnie. That's it, Bonnie. You've got this. Okay, the broadcast is still going, actually. A day of awakening is coming where all the pressing secrets of the Void Century will be uncovered. We know the weapons technology that sank the world's continents is still in use. That power is still out there. Wait, what? Who's saying that? Like, we're looking at Skypiea in some area that I don't recognize. But they don't have, like, access to the broadcast, do they? Why are we looking at them? Those with rare and unique racial ancestry are relentlessly persecuted and slaughtered today due to some mysterious quirk of history. Are you a buccaneer? What makes my blood so special, anyway? Have I talked about this? Because Vegapunk let on that he seemed to know something about buccaneers that we are not privy to. And he seems to bring it up when Kuma, having had his personality like surgically removed, seems to act in ways that he shouldn't. I mean, I'm not one for One Piece theories or theories in general. I think most of them are trash, but it does get me thinking. I wonder if maybe Buccaneers have a second brain somewhere in their giant torso. If maybe they have a second brain, and if maybe Blackbeard is a buccaneer and having two brains lets you have two devil fruits. I don't know. Wild idea, I know. I'm not gonna pretend like I'm onto something big, but I'll just go ahead and put that out there and see what comes of it. I'm talking about the distant past. Back then, there was a kingdom of gods up there. Oh my gosh. This art looks really sketchy. I mean, I don't know if I should pull it up or if that's going to be a bad move. But this is not looking good. Marco is looking cracked out, and Whitebeard is more than a little bit off model. His mustache is ridiculous, even considering his mustache is pretty ridiculous by default, and he doesn't even look like he has any eyes. Like, I don't know. That's rough. You're a Lunarian. The world government is offering 100 million berries for any information on them. Look, she's got 3 eyes. Is this saying that all of these different races are all connected, actually? Because, let's think about it. The Lunarians used to live up on the Red Line, and it seems like they got kicked out. The Three-Eyed Tribe, I think it was hinted that they might have the ability to, like, read the poneglyphs or have the voice of all things or whatever, and that helps you get the One Piece, and obviously the world government doesn't like that. Still don't know a lot about the Buccaneers. Honestly, they say they have the blood of giants. Whatever that means. Are they like half human, half giants? Why does that matter? Like, what makes them stand out more than just full-blooded giants? I don't know. Now, let's see. Nika, you're mine. Okay, I'm not sure. I thought these were both being spoken by the same person, but it doesn't seem like they are. You are but a parrot mimicking what you do not comprehend. Enough. Luffy running more interference. Saturn not liking it as usual. Shishi. You can either live as a slave or die. Nothing else can be tolerated for someone of your ilk. That is what the tides of time have decided. How dare you? All those things you did to Daddy, what you did to Mommy. Your mother ended up being part of my drug experiments. How dare you call yourself a god? Bonnie, say hi to Mommy. Real gods do exist. I wanted to be a hero, someone who could save people. Real heroes, too. All I ever wanted was for the three of us to live in peace. Being alone for so long made me want to die, but I kept going. I owe everything to those two. Thank you, Bonnie. We're so glad you were born. They've blessed me in so many ways. Wait, what? Something funny's going on. Like these two panels where baby Bonnie can see her mom and dad at the same time. I really thought that that Jenny died, like just as Kuma showed up to kind of assume custody for Bonnie, and that Bonnie never really saw both of them living and happy at the same time. I also remember Jenny had like a horrible skin condition, and that's what did her in. So what I'm seeing right here does not gel. Is this is this some weird stuff going on, or is this like is this just like Bonnie's imagination of the life that she wanted? I don't know. Let's see. You insects liberating. Nika punch. There will be a reckoning on the day those answers come. You must be on guard to protect yourselves. No matter what happens, I have faith in humanity's capacity for wisdom. I have faith in science. What? It seems like the broadcast is breaking up. Something died 25 years ago. Oh, Roger, of course. Let's see. Roger died 25 years ago. A new age is heralded. Oh, no, hold on. I'm getting too far ahead of myself. Roger died 25 years ago, and it's been 2 years since Whitebeard's death. A new age is heralded by the passing of old legends. And then we see Luffy and Bonnie wailing on Saturn for all the good that does. There seems to be no limit yet as to how much these guys can regenerate, which is weird. Like, maybe I don't know a lot about these mythical Zoans. They seem to be based on mythical creatures that I'm not really familiar with. But it seems weird that they all have regeneration, or it seems like they all have regeneration. Like the Phoenix having regeneration, that makes sense. But then these guys, they all have it, and it's kind of weird because they're devil fruits. It's almost like they're part of a set with similar properties, like how mythical Zoans are a subcategory of Zoan. These are almost like a sub category, and their regenerative properties are being treated as if they are somehow different from Marco's regenerative properties. Because Marco, he can regenerate, but it tires him out. Whereas with these guys, it just seems like they're unbeatable. They're unbeatable, and they have uncanny magic powers. I'd be interested to learn what their weakness is. If it's their Achilles heel, or if it's just the usual, just wear them down and eventually they will stay down. And we just haven't found the upper limit of their ability yet. Which is, that notion, it would be pretty shocking to me. Because once upon a time, we didn't know that the Gorosei could fight at all. They just seemed like a bunch of old people calling their shots way up in their little office in the sky. They seemed old and withered. They seemed like they couldn't fight at all. Even the guy who had a sword, it seemed more like he held onto it just as an antique, something to show off or whatever. And it turns out that they're epic fighters, even though they are also world nobles, and world nobles are known for letting other people handle their problems. They don't go and fight, they get other people to fight for them. So the idea that these guys are actually epic fighters, that is really bizarre to me. Makes me wonder what their past is. I guess because they are the highest ranked world nobles, they have more responsibility, but I don't take that to mean that they go out and fight. So how are they so strong? Okay, Saturn actually not really looking good. Not looking good at all. He looks like he's about to go in the drink. He is really beat up. So, I don't know. Maybe they've finally gone and done it. Today, there are certain individuals who can't be oppressed. Yeah. Wah. Wah. Da. We really sent him flying, Bonnie. Good job. I'm sorry, I know that's supposed to be Bonnie crying, but I can only read that as like Waluigi. It cracks me up. And kind of like how it cracks me up every time a horrible, fierce creature roars, and the translation they go with is rawr. Like, the fierce energy is not coming across. We really sent him flying, Bonnie. Good job. So And see, this is going back to that sort of intermission in the Egghead arc, where they were like, the Egghead incident is going to shock the world, and then they go through all these other shocking things, like Shanks blowing away the Kid Pirates, Blackbeard beating the Heart Pirates, Garp is captured by the Blackbeard Pirates. And I took that to mean that they're setting up the idea that whatever happens on Egghead is even more mind-blowing than all of those things. Maybe even more mind-blowing than all of those things put together. And so I found myself wondering, what could the nature of the Egghead incident actually be that it eclipses all these other crazy things and catches the attention of the entire world when they've already had their minds blown several times over? And like, Vegapunk dropping all these crazy knowledge bombs is definitely one thing, but I wonder, like, is Saturn really gonna bite it here? Like, is this it? Is he gonna go in the water and we're not gonna see him again? We're gonna be down one Gorosei? That's hard to imagine. But then we've actually had quite a few deaths recently, quite a few character deaths. So I wonder if they've really got the guts to kill off this character. Or if someone's just going to dive in the water and save him. Let's see. Look, that's your ship, isn't it? Oh, here we go. It's probably going to land right on the giant warrior pirate's ship. Sonny, we're going to die. We're going to fall and die. Someone save us. Such individuals are probably the closest to the truth. A coincidence, or did Roger set this all in motion? Huh? Certain individuals can't be oppressed. They're probably the closest to the truth. So is he talking about the Gorosei? Because they're the ones who do the oppressing. They can't be oppressed, really. My treasure is yours to find. Everything is right where I left it. That art's looking a little sketchy too, but I also noticed that there seems to be an effort to make Roger look more menacing in this art. I wonder if that's a response to people complaining about how in the big Odin piece flashback, they kind of ran back how scary Roger used to be, and they made him look more goofy. Rayson, you'll catch a cold. Alright, Vegapunk, I like where this is going. Isn't the Commodore back yet? I can't wait much longer. Unfortunately, there's no guarantee that it will be found by someone Joy Boy would want. Boss, you're drinking too much. Shut up, I ain't drinking. Hachinosu, the Red Force, Empty Bluffs Islands. We're getting all of these strongholds of all the different Yonko. Which, golly, is the Red Force really the only place that Shanks hangs out? He doesn't have an island? He doesn't have like a home base on land somewhere? He just conducts all his business on the Red Force? I'm really looking forward to learning more about Shanks's modus operandi. Because it seems like just about every Yonko has some sort of side hustle. Whether it's Buggy's bounties, or collecting devil fruits, whether it's stealing them from other people, or taking on artificial fruits, or whatever, whether it's getting huge heaps of food. Like, no Yonko is just after the One Piece, except for Luffy, I guess. But the Red Hair Pirates we still don't know a lot about. I'd be interested to see what their territory looks like, what their hustle looks like, what do they do, how do they sustain themselves, that kind of thing. And by the way, I just noticed the Red Force has a little sun motif on the front that I had never caught before. I wonder if that's always been there, or if there's any significance to it. I mean, the sun is kind of becoming a big thing in One Piece now. Jeez, it's getting cold. I need to turn the fan down. Chairman Buggy, there's no doubting your greatness now. You always exceed our expectations. Huh? There's so much more to your dream than I thought. And Navy headquarters, there's no way we'll just stand by. You're going to stand by a lot. That's a lot of what the Navy seems to do, is stand by. That's practically what they're famous for at this point. Ever since the time skip, they spend a lot of time just sitting around. There's no way we'll just stand by. We're not going to let you have your way, 100 chapters later, and they're still saying the same exact thing. Like, yeah. Keep talking that talk, buddy. I'm sure that's going to do a lot for you. there at the McDonald's Fortress. I can't get over how much the new Marineford just looks like a giant McDonald's because of the big dopey arches. Let's go and find it first. Who'll protect the common folk then? You dolts. Wait. Are the Marines going to do what I've been thinking they should do and just go get it for themselves so that no one else can have it? There's no stopping this now. The fate of this world will be decided by whoever finds it. It all depends on who finds the One Piece. So, for the third time, first Roger, then Whitebeard, now Vegapunk, we are reigniting the hunt for the One Piece. Because now people are picking up on the fact that whatever the One Piece is, it kind of, it's more than a treasure. It seems to really have the fate of the whole world tied up in it, with the way everything is sinking, the way, all these different races are being treated like trash by the... You know what? Yeah, they're being treated like trash by trash, because the world government is trash. And then lots more faces, Akainu doing nothing as usual, Dragon doing nothing as usual, whoever this is. It looks like the Griffin. It looks like whoever this is holding the Griffin, so... No, but then Shanks is right up here. It didn't, who is this? They wouldn't show Shanks twice, would they? On the same page? So is this a new mysterious figure, or maybe... No, because I was going to say Figurlin Garling, but no, he's over there on the other page. He's in shadow, so I guess it's another mysterious figure. I don't know how many more players we could possibly add to this story at this point. I thought at this point we're almost going to stop having new characters and mostly just focus on the ones we already got. We got a few new characters in this arc, and then a whole bunch of them died. A battle for supremacy, and then there's a break next week. That's the one thing that I did know, is that there's a break next week. And if you've been watching my streams, you know how it works. If One Piece has a break next week, we have a break next week. That's the time that I take to oh, hey, I've got this shrunk down, so I didn't even know. Hey there, bro. Currently playing pinball at a convention. I've got to go check out the retro game section now. I'll message you later. Okay. Playing pinball at a convention. That reminds me of, I don't know if I've said this, but, one of my other jobs, I deliver pizza, and I used to deliver to a guy in a huge house that was filled with pinball machines of all sorts. A lot of them based on, old classic movies and stuff. I can't really remember off the top of my head, but I think there might have been, an Aliens pinball or a Terminator pinball or whatever. It's super surreal. I haven't delivered to that guy in a long time. I wonder if he moved away, and if he did, how? How do you do that? Living in a huge house like he did, and then on top of it he has all those pinballs. How do you move them? I'm not even sure why he had them in the first place. If he deals in pinballs or in pinball machines, or if he just collects them. But that's my friend Jaren right there, saying he's checking out the retro game section now. He'll message me later. I got my phone on silent, so I gotta watch out for that. Jaren, if you're watching this now, make sure to stay tuned for the tier list we're about to be doing, because I'm gonna try and keep it spoiler free. that'll be your little taste of what One Piece is like. I mean, I don't know if you've been watching this. I mean, this is a quite a bit of a spoiler here. But I should give my final thoughts on this chapter, I guess. I mean, it's okay. It's more of what we got. It looks like like I said, this arc might be drawing to a close. I mean, if Saturn's going in the water. I've really gotta have like an actual notification sound or something, because I didn't notice that those chats came up, and it's way over there. It's like on the absolute fringes of my peripheral vision. I'm still used to low viewership during streaming, just because I'm relatively new. But yeah. I can't imagine what is left to do in Egghead. It seems like everything is pretty well taken care of. Like only one of Vegapunk's bodies is still alive. It's Lilith, and I think she's on the giant warrior pirate's ship with everybody else. The Sunny. Did the Sunny land? The Sunny's about to land. And like I said, it's probably going to land right on the giant warrior pirate's ship. And the other Gorosei, I think they're all busy. I think the Straw Hats and the giant warrior pirates are going to get away. And then we're going to proceed into the usual, like, you know, denouement, where we get all our, like, teasers for the next arc and knowledge bombs and stuff. We might already even be getting some of that, because we've got this guy right here, this new mysterious sword-wielding figure. No idea who that could be. Just looking at what I can barely make out, he doesn't have any facial hair. So definitely not Shanks and not Garling. That wouldn't really make a lot of sense. To, like, it trips me up that the sword looks like the Griffin, but it's definitely not Shanks. But after this, we should be moving on to the Elbaf arc. Finally. And then after that, I don't know. Because I'm trying to think. The number of places, the number of locations in One Piece that have been hyped up, that the Straw Hats have not yet been to, that list is getting short. Because Fishman Island was hyped up as early as post Enies Lobby, and it was a long time before we made it there. Trying to remember what the first mention of Wano Country was. It was Thriller Bark. That had been hyped up for a long time, and then we finally got there way later, hundreds of chapters later. Elbaf has been teased since Little Garden. That was a long time ago. That was back somewhere between chapters 100 and 200, and we're finally going there. The only places left, like the big locations that the Straw Hats have not gone to yet, would be Elbaf, Maybe Lodestar Island. The dialogue on Zoe made it kind of sound like Lodestar Island is how do I put this? It's almost like obsolete as a stop. The idea was that travelers are supposed to go there and find out that they need the road poneglyphs to go further, but we kind of skipped that step. So I don't know if we're still gonna stop there or not, or what there is to even do there. Elbaf, Lodestar Island, Laugh-Tale, obviously that's the final destination. Marie Joisie, Marie Joisie. I figure they've gotta. Straw Hats have gotta go there at some point, right? Because I still feel like there's a lot of that place that we haven't seen yet. Marie Joisie is still kind of a mysterious place. I always imagined that the Straw Hats would go there at some point. We gotta go there eventually because we also gotta find out what the national treasure is that Doflamingo was talking about. It's still not clear on what that is. If it's like the giant hat that we saw, or something else entirely that to which we are not yet privy. And maybe go to New Marineford. I'm not sure. I don't think there's a lot of hype around New Marineford. There's not a lot to do there. And we've still got matches queued up with Blackbeard and Shanks as well. Like if we're gonna beat all the Yonko, golly, are we gonna fight the Buggy Pirates again? Because now they're Yonko. I guess we have to, because now oh no, they're not called the Buggy Pirates now. They're called Cross Guild. And now, why am I blanking? Mihawk. I can't believe I couldn't remember his name. And now Mihawk is affiliated with them. Obviously, Zoro's got beef with him. I'm not sure how close we are to Zoro being good enough to challenge Mihawk when he still can't really cut through the defenses of these Seraphim. And he still can't cut through Diamond as well. Honestly, that was something that I always thought was going to happen. Because you see Mihawk versus Jozu, and you find out that even Mihawk can't cut Diamond. So from that point on, I took that as a sign that Zoro has to learn to cut through Diamond if he's ever going to surpass Mihawk. It's not enough for him to be as good as Mihawk. He has to surpass him. And I just totally swatted my headphones right there. So I was a little surprised that no one tried to steal Diamond Jozu's Devil Fruit power and use it against Zoro. Until Shiryu got the Suke no Mi. I always thought he was going to get the crazy Diamond power, and then he was going to square off with Zoro, and Zoro was going to have to learn how to cut Diamond. And once he did, that's when he was going to be ready to fight Mihawk. But then that didn't happen. S-Hawk shows up, and he doesn't have the power either. Instead, he just took the Supa no Mi power instead, which I don't know what purpose that serves. He already gave him a sword. What's the point then of giving him a Devil Fruit power where his whole body is a sword? don't know, but so Elbaf, Lodestar Island, Laugh-Tale, New Marineford, Margey-Drazi, Shanks, Hachinosu, Empty Bluffs Island. That is like 8. That's content for like 8 arcs. I don't really know how long this final saga is gonna be, but that's pretty much all of the all the loose ends that are still left. All the things that we still have to do, and no idea how long it's gonna be. I mean, when was it that Oda said that there was only gonna be like 5 more years of One Piece, and he said that maybe 1 or 2 years ago? So who knows how long that's gonna take? If they're gonna be some sort. Oh yeah, Edward Weevil too. He's kind of got his own beef with the Straw Hats, but he's been captured, and there's some sort of rescue operation with him. So there's still room for more stuff. Oh, and we've got to figure out what's going on with the mysterious black ship, and the man with the burn scar, because this mystery man, he's got some connection to the last road poneglyph that will let Luffy become the king of the pirates. I assume we're going to learn something about that in Elbaf. Because we need some sort of guide, some sort of impetus. I mean, for the longest time, post time skip was just about building up to that big fight with Kaido. And then after that, the Straw Hats didn't really have anything to go on. They had no clues on where the last poneglyph could possibly be, so they just kept moving forward. And that led them to Egghead. And then that led to them having a reason to go to Elbaf, as if they didn't already. But now they have business on Elbaf. They wouldn't just be visiting for fun. And then while we're on Elbaf, I imagine we're going to learn something else that leads us to our next waypoint. But now I gotta finish putting this tier list together, because oh my gosh, such a mess. I didn't finish adding all of the non-canon Devil Fruit users yet, so now I gotta whip that up real quick. Almost finished. Copy. View. No. There we go. 7. I gotta move this mic over real quick. Just. There we go. Ah, so much better. Go, and that should be finishing touch. I mean, sort of. Um, I mean, I've got all these headshots of these characters saved, but then I have to actually upload them to the thing. I gotta fix that. There, move them all over. It's thankfully that went off without a hitch, because my mouse has been acting a fool lately. Dropping things, not clicking and dragging like I tell it to. I'll single click on something and it double clicks on it instead. And I'm not really ready for that, because this is an expensive mouse that I really like. I don't like the idea of having to replace it already. I haven't been using it that long. Open. Oh, this is fast. Now that I've got them all saved, I can just like browse, open this one up, open this one, here, Bear King. Man, these are some ugly ass non-canon characters. And, you know, it's crazy. You think that there are just so many Devil Fruit users in One Piece, but when you look at the list, it doesn't really seem like that many. It always trips me up when I go look at all the non-canon Devil Fruit users, and then real people show up, because a lot of these are from like stage performances. Wasn't it that one of the like live One Piece stage performances used like a repurposed Waterworld stage? Because Waterworld also had a stage version. At like, what was it, like Japanese SeaWorld or something? And a lot of these characters and these powers I am not familiar with at all, so at the same time I'm doing the tier list, I'm gonna have to like brush up on them. Some of them I kind of remember what they do. Like, I'll get bored and I'll just like read about One Piece characters. But it's been a while for some of them. I don't remember what they all do. Video games too. There are a lot of non-canon Devil Fruit users, though. I'm looking at like almost 70 of them. And I'm sorry I didn't get this set up earlier, but again, you know, I've been really busy. and I don't remember how far back 1083 is, but none of the Gorsei are on here, so I gotta add those too. Come on. But once I get this done, that should be everybody with a Devil-Fruit power. Just like, wow. This is gonna be, I don't know, like 200 characters strong. I build this stream as like a short and sweet. I didn't think I would stream for a long time, but I don't know. Maybe the stream is gonna be longer than I expected. Almost done. Patrick Redfield. I still remember when what are they called? The Escapist had Unskippable, and they did their little reaction to the opening cutscene for what's it called? One Piece Unlimited Red, or One Piece World Red, or whatever. And we're just absolutely baffled, because it's always funny seeing people who have never seen One Piece just jump in and check out all these wacky character designs. And they're not familiar with all their quirks, their roles, who they are in the story. And oh man, my eyes hurt. I think it's the streamer lighting. I think it might be a little too bright. Is there any way I can close this stupid ad? Hold on a sec, let me close this temporarily. No. Yes. And then let me... No. I want to blow this up. No, not that. Blow this up. So that you don't have to see the stupid ads on the side. There we go. Oh, that's so much better. And a little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. A little... Is there any way I can blow this up? Because now it's almost like it's too big for me to actually like I can't grab the edges of the screen anymore because they're off the little preview. Like they're off the edges of the preview. Is there a zoom out? It's been so long since I've messed with my setup. But you know what? That's good enough. my water situation? I got plenty of water. I wasn't sure if I wanted to take a break first. Let me see if I can turn down the streamer lighting a little bit. Yeah, that's okay. There we go. And we gotta tweak these too. Because I know default is like red is on top and blue is on bottom, but blue's my favorite color, so we're gonna have to swap this around. Go. And does that save? Okay, yes. There we go. And we're gonna have 10 tiers. Like S plus on top, and then S, A, B, C, D, E. E. Thank you. And then, wait, what is this? Oh, that just switches them around. F. Oh, deck on it. It's been a while since I've done a tier list. And been a while, and by a while I mean not even on stream. I've never done a tier list on stream. I just did one on my own for fun. Whoa, Nelly. Don't get ahead of yourself. S plus, S, A, B, C, D, E, F, Z. Actually, you know what? What if I want to make this one orange? And then it's not working. There you go. And then this one red. And then since S plus is white, we'll make this one black, and then Z minus. Oh, you can barely see that. Dark gray. There we go. That's way better. 8, 9, 10. Alright, now we're ready to fire up this long ass tier list of devil fruits in One Piece. Well, not yet. Need a little more water. There you go. You know what this needs? Needs a little more light. More. More, that's better. Alright, so Cross Age Productions big bad One Piece Devil Fruits tier list. And for the uninitiated, Devil Fruits are the primary like power system for One Piece, the famous manga series by Eiichiro Oda, where on the surface it's pretty basic. The idea is that you eat one of these devil fruits and you get a power, a unique superpower. There are no two copies of any one devil fruit. If someone else has the power that you wanted, you gotta wait until they pass away, and then that devil fruit will appear somewhere else in the world. No, some powers are similar, but no two are completely identical. Some caveats are that no devil fruit user can swim, although some devil fruits give you like natural resistances to those weaknesses. Like if you have the guy who's made out of ice, like ice floats, so you don't have to worry about sinking in water. That's the major weakness of all devil fruits, is if you are submerged in water and you have a devil fruit power, you become too weak to swim or activate your powers. And that's standing water. This is something that One Piece media has actually been really wishy-washy about, no pun intended, is sometimes they get wet and that's enough to totally throw them off their game, or sometimes it specifically has to be seawater. But no, from what I can tell, if you have a devil fruit and you're submerged in any kind of standing water up to a certain point, I think it's like up to your waist or something, you become too weak to swim or activate any of your powers. There's also Sea Stone, which it's basically the kryptonite of the One Piece world. If you've got devil fruit powers and you touch it, same thing happens. You're too weak to fight back, too weak to really move even, and you can't activate your powers. And then there's also Haki, which, if you're a JoJo fan, this will probably sound familiar to you. I'm not a JoJo fan, but I am somewhat familiar with the concept of Hamon or Ripple or whatever you want to call it. Basically, it's a martial art that just lets you cut through devil fruit users' defenses. And then devil fruits will also often have their own unique weaknesses. Like, just make one off the top of my head. If your power is like controlling paper or whatever, or you can conjure paper, you wouldn't be too confident standing next to like a huge open bonfire. Now, actually, a couple important rules to this tier list is this is a tier list of devil fruits, not devil fruit users. There's a difference, because you can have an awesome devil fruit and still be a terrible fighter. Don't mind me. Don't mind what I'm doing with my mouse right now. I'm not, pointing any fingers or anything. Or you can have a crappy devil fruit and still be an awesome fighter in spite of it. But that's not what this is about. This is about, like, if you got any of these powers, like just average Joe, how would you fare with these powers? That's basically what it is. And the other thing is that we're not talking about awakenings, which, again, if you don't know, devil fruits have these things called awakenings. This is a super rare phenomenon where if you push your devil fruit power past the limits of its potential, then you unlock new capabilities that the devil fruit didn't have before. But like I said, it's super rare to the point where there's not a whole lot of information about it, and it's not necessarily something that everyone will get. Some people will be able to awaken a devil fruit power, and others won't. And fans, One Piece fans, have already wasted like way too much brain power speculating. Oh, well, what would this awakening be like? What might this be like, or this or that? And we're not really here for that. We're just here to evaluate the devil fruits as they are, if any average guy would pick them up and eat them. And we've got a long way to go. I already need more water. I'm probably going to need to take a break at some point to get more. But let's jump into it. First, we've got first we've got a problem where my there we go. My browser was acting up. First, we've got the Gomu Gomu no Mi. Gives this user's body the properties of rubber. And honestly, this is a good start. I think I'm gonna go ahead and put this in B tier. It's got not only good offensive and defensive properties, like you get to brush off pretty much all blunt damage, and also like your muscles are built on the principle that that the more you stretch them and tear them on like a microscopic level, the more they build themselves back stronger. And I think having muscles with the property of rubber means that you can almost push your muscles further, and it helps you become stronger in the long run. Having stretchy limbs gives you greater range. The elasticity gives you more hitting power, but it also comes down to like just basic utility. Utility is also a big part of how I evaluate these devil fruits. Being basically immune to falling damage, that's a big deal. Being immune to almost any kind of shock, really, is, I would consider to be a pretty big advantage that would play a big role in your daily life. Being able to reach higher, jump higher because of your rubber body. It's a pretty useful devil fruit. Not quite like up in the upper echelon of devil fruits, but still a really solid one. I'll go ahead and give it a B. Then there's the Bara no Mi, I believe it's called. Gives the user the power to basically chop their own body into pieces, and that comes with the advantage that they are immune to all slashing attacks, which is a big deal in One Piece, because a lot of times it seems like the only counter to swordsmanship is more swordsmanship. And if you can't match the other guy in swordsmanship, you're just kind of screwed. Like, sword beats sword. And Buggy's the one guy who can kind of cheat his way out of that. You also see that he is able to project his limbs with some considerable speed and force. So he can, like, He can basically do a rocket punch. It's a neat devil fruit with I think it boasts quite a bit of utility in addition to its defensive power, but while it does improve your offensive power, it doesn't do it by much. You're still weak to just regular blunt attacks, which I find to be a lot more common, especially in One Piece. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and give this guy a C. Now this one, I don't remember the name of this one. I think it's like the Sube no Mi or whatever. It's the one that makes your body slippery. Like so slippery that like huge heavy objects and projectiles and stuff will like almost ricochet off your body. And this is one that we haven't seen in action almost at all. It's been in play for a long time, and we still haven't really seen what it can do. But the one time that we did see it in action, it seemed pretty awesome. I think it would still be affected normally by fire, because how does fire slip off your body? I don't think it does. But when you see that huge fountain get blown to bits and huge chunks of concrete just roll off her body and she's completely unharmed, that's pretty awesome. And it's clear that she can control it too. I mean, if you were permanently slippery, that would be a pretty awful power. It meant that you wouldn't be able to stand up. And you would just constantly slip and fall. And we see something like that later on in this list. Right down here, in fact. So the fact that she's even able to turn it on and off, the fact that she's able to reduce her friction to make it easier to move around, I mean, that's pretty awesome. I think... Because great defense seems like it has some cool utility, but like no offensive power at all. I think you would have to be really creative with this power. I think we're going to give it like a D. Not super impressed. Same goes for this guy with the bomb fruit or whatever it's called. This actually has the opposite problem where it has super high offensive power, but that's pretty much all it does. His whole thing is that he can compel any part of his body, including his breath, to explode without any harm to himself. You know, that's cool if you're in, like, a fight. But there's not much else to it. Maybe it has some defensive application if you can, like, blow yourself up to, like, deflect some sort of attack. But there's almost no utility, no creative way to use this power. It's just you blow up. Like, that's it. That's the whole power. That seems so simplistic to me. I'm almost kind of tempted to rank it lower because in One Piece especially, damage dealt by heat or fire or explosions tends to be something the characters can just kind of shake off. So I'm actually going to rank that even lower. And this one, I'm not really sure how to rate this. This is the Kilo no Mi. It allows you to control your body weight to where you can be super duper light or super duper heavy. And it's used by Miss Valentine's Day. Her signature move is that she'll make herself light as a feather and then jump way up in the air. And then she'll make herself heavy as a car and come down on you like a meteor. Which is pretty cool, but when I try to think of ways to use that in a fight, it doesn't get much more complicated than that. It seems super simplistic. I like that being lighter means that you are more agile. And I imagine that being able to increase your weight makes you more immovable, and that could probably give you some utility as well if you ever need to brace yourself against something. So, and it doesn't really give you much in terms of defense except making you heavier. Like, you would still take attacks normally, I think. I'm inclined to give this one a D as well. Now, Robin's Devil Fruit Power, the Hana Hana no Mi, that's one of the... Like, the first time I saw that, it blew my mind how powerful that could possibly be. Where she can cause any... She can cause clones of her body parts to sprout from any surface like a flower. So when she's up against like any normal fighter, just like an armed soldier or whatever, her first move is she'll just spawn arms on top of your arms and then just swat the weapons out of your hands. And then she'll bind you. She can straight up just snap your neck or spine. And there's not a whole lot you can do about it because she can spawn arms on your back. She can spawn arms all over you and completely bind your movement. And as she puts it, it doesn't really matter how strong or fast you are, she can still get you. Although I'm not really sure if that's true because there was one instance where someone overpowered Robin's arms. So, I don't know. I think I'd have to take that with a grain of salt. The clone limbs also share their damage with the main body. So, if any of your clone limbs get touched, if any of them get hurt, you get hurt. So, bit of a drawback there. But still, this seems like super duper useful. Boasting high utility. I mean, she can clone her ears or eyes to expand the range of her senses. That's pretty awesome. I'm tempted to rate this one pretty high. Not too high. I'll give it like a C. Yeah, just a C. Because defensively, it doesn't have a lot going on. The Doru no Mi, I have a little trouble saying that. Lets you create wax. Special wax, because, I mean, obviously just wax would be really lame. But for some reason, this is like super special wax that's as strong as steel. But it still has the same weakness to heat. It also lets you create a little tiny bit of flame on the top of your head. Not sure if you can do anything with that. But this boasts high utility. If you just need to make like any kind of shelter or surface to stand on or to put things on. Great defensively, unless you're up against some sort of heat or flame based attack. He also expresses difficulty if it's just, I don't know, too hot. So, kind of tempted to rate this a little bit lower. I think this is going to be another D. Wapol. Oh man, this might be our first real loser. Because this is a guy who can eat anything, and then once he's eaten it, he can either fuse it with other things or fuse it with himself. And he can continue to gain the benefits of fusing things to himself for, I think, 24 hours. So he eats like a house and a bunch of cannons, and then he fuses them to himself, and he basically becomes like a mortar, like a human mortar. And that's cool, but it has what I think is one of the biggest, most devastating drawbacks I've ever heard of. When you eat this devil fruit, the Baku Baku no Mi, you are permanently hungry. I can't imagine how depressing that must be to always be hungry, to be able to eat anything and everything, and no matter what, it's never enough. I think I would become like just permanently depressed eating that. So I'm tempted to rate this really, really low. I also noticed that these are not named correctly. That's supposed to be F tier, and then this is Z tier. Um, I think I'm gonna have to put this in Z tier. It's not in Z minus because Z minus is for the like the unambiguous losses. Like you should not have taken this power. Like this is just straight up stupid. Like total net loss. The Baku Baku no Mi at least boasts some sort of advantage. Even if it means you spend the rest of your life hungry. This is the Mane Mane no Mi, I believe it's called. So just trying to recall these names from memory. This is the one that lets you clone the appearances of other people. And this is interesting because the way that Bon Clay uses it, it seems really limited because he has to touch someone with one hand first and then touch himself with the other in order to transform himself. But then you go back in time to when someone else had the devil fruit and they were not nearly as limited. So it seems like once you've gained mastery of this fruit, you can just basically turn yourself into anyone you want. Like, it seems like maybe there's still the limitation that you have to at least see the person in order to turn into them. But the ability to copy anyone's physical appearance, not necessarily their strength, and it definitely doesn't copy their abilities, but just being able to copy their appearance is enough. You can even like create a composite appearance by stitching together different features. This seems like a devil fruit with a lot of utility to it, particularly with regards to like espionage. You could do so many sneaky things with this one power. Really crafty, underhanded things. I'm still not gonna rate it quite as high as the Gomu Gomu no Mi, but it's really good. The Supa Supa no Mi lets you turn any part of your body into a blade. Which is cool. He pulls off some crazy tricks with this devil fruit, like making circular blades to turn his arms into buzz saws. Or he can basically make his feet into ice skates to kind of skate around. Really powerful, but still not quite up in the higher reaches of how strong you can be. This is a guy who jobs to guys who are just regular swordsmen, who have just, you know, practiced their swordsmanship and can get by just fine with regular swords. So that's not really, I don't know. When your whole thing is that your entire body is a living blade and then you lose to a regular guy with regular swords, that's not a good look. It's really not. I'm actually, when I think of it that way, I'm tempted to rate him way lower. Like useful in a fight against a normal guy, but with clear limitations to its ability. Like, you're tough, but you're not too tough. I'm gonna have to give that a D. And I suppose it's only natural, right, that he's rated under Buggy. One Buggy would absolutely no-sell this guy's attacks. This one, don't remember what it's called, but it basically lets you shape spikes out of your body. You can like cover your arms in spikes. You can turn your hair into spikes. You can turn indecent parts of your body into spikes. She does that at one point, and it's a little strange. And these spikes are super tough. They can pierce through solid stone. But I don't know if it's as tough as the guy who can turn his his body into blades. Yeah, that's not a power I would test very far. Because if I make big spikes out of my body, and then someone comes at me with something sharp, I'm not ready for the moment when it turns out that their sharp instrument is tougher than the spikes that I've made. And I'm going to wind up losing a chunk of flesh. I think I'm going to rate that at like an E. Hina, now this is a jobber fruit. She's able to make like iron shackles, which is not impressive when all the like toughest guys in One Piece can already break through solid iron. This one seems honestly pretty crappy. I mean, it's easy enough to just avoid her attacks altogether. I think I'm going to give this one an F. Bellamy, I don't remember what his Devil Fruit power is called, but it allows him to turn any part of his body into a metal spring. Seems like a discount version of what Luffy's got going on. Honestly, not very impressive at all. And any One Piece fan could tell you that. This guy is an infamous jobber. So, I'm tempted to rate this one really, really low. Not really low. I'll give it an E. Obadofi. Now, this is the first really big winner. This, I think, is probably going to be our first S tier, maybe even higher. Ito Itonomi is the ability to produce strings from your body, which doesn't sound impressive until you learn that these strings are super duper tough. It's only the strongest guys in One Piece who can actually snap them. And they're razor sharp too. They're able to chop through like a giant's leg instantly, like a hot knife through butter. This guy can attach his strings to your spinal cord to control your movements, like a marionette. He can shoot them like projectiles and pierce your body. He can chop you up, control you. He can make like a big bird cage out of razor sharp string, as big as a country, so that there's no escape, and it even blocks off wireless communications. And then he can, for the kicker, he can attach his strings to those strings to control multiple people at once. Or he can take that birdcage and draw it closed, like an umbrella, and eviscerate everyone. Like, everyone and everything in the entire country is just gone. Like, that's insane. And then on top of that, he can make bundles of strings and shape them into a clone of himself. No idea how that works. And maybe, like, the ultimate BS move this guy pulls off is he can use strings to stitch together like parts of his own body, including his internal organs, to recover from damage. Not sure how that works. I think you would need X-ray vision to do that, but he just does it. And I have no idea why. I guess he has observation hockey, although I missed the part where observation hockey works like X-ray vision. But he can do that. It just seems like a really broken, like, exaggeratedly versatile power with no real weaknesses. A lot of times, Devil Fruit users will run into stamina problems, where if they use their powers too much, they get tired really fast. Doflamingo does not seem to have that problem at all. So either he has boundless stamina, or using this Devil Fruit power doesn't take any strength at all. So this is a guy who is able to, like, you see it, he can manipulate, like, people all over the country with his strings, and also shred them to pieces with his razor sharp barrier, and also, like, go hand to hand with two people at once and control, like, a clone of himself. He can just do a whole bunch of things at the same time, and it's completely unfair. This is an S tier. Maybe even maybe even more. We'll see how the other Devil Fruits fare, but I'm really, for now, we'll leave this at S rank. Foxy's Nora Nora no Mi, he fires like a beam at you that makes you move in slow motion for, what was it, like 10-30 seconds or whatever. Actually pretty formidable. His only weakness is reflective surfaces, because that can bounce his beams back at him. Now, Foxy's kind of a bum. He's not a great fighter. But I feel like if that Devil Fruit was in someone else's hands, they would be really formidable. It's hard to imagine a power like that, where you just have a permanent speed advantage over your opponent. Not just winning you the fight. Luffy only really gets the advantage over Foxy when Luffy manages to pull a dirty trick. So I'm really tempted to like, even though, again, like I said, Foxy's a bum, that power is crazy. It's crazy in a fight, at the very least. And I'll probably put a C rank, because it doesn't actually boast a lot of utility. There aren't a lot of creative ways you can do it. You can just use it to, like, win fights. The door fruit lets you turn anything into a door. That's gotta be great for taking shortcuts. Let's see. I'm trying to think of ways that I would use this Devil Fruit power. But it's hard to make use of it without also feeling like you're committing some serious invasions of privacy. He does have this cool thing, though, where he can turn the air into a door. And it's basically the same as him being invisible. And he's also got another trick where he can, like, turn parts of your body into a revolving door to disorient you, so it has some use in a fight as well. But I'm not too wowed by this one, actually. I think I'm gonna give it like an E. Khalifa, I've always had a soft spot for her Devil Fruit. She can generate soap from her body, and I am a very fastidious person, so I would appreciate the ability to just like shoot a magic cleaning beam at something and instantly make it spotless. My computer and monitor could use that right now, honestly. She works a little bit of the same magic that the Sube Sube no Mi has, where she can make things slippery, which is cool. And she can even make a barrier out of solid soap. Maybe it's just because I've got a soft spot for it, but I'm actually kind of tempted to rate this pretty high. She does have a weakness to water, though. Like, you can wash the soap off. So, despite my own preference, I think I'm just going to have to give this one a D. The Berry Berry no Mi is like a twist on the Bara Bara no Mi, where you turn your body into balls. You basically become one of the characters from Balls 3D, if you remember that game. And you can, like, float around. You can pelt people with parts of your body. Immune to blunt attacks, but weak to slashing. That's not good. Like, you see that this guy does not last long in a fight just on his Devil Fruit power alone. Like I said, this is not about... This is about the Devil Fruit. It's not about the guy using it. But the fact that someone can just, like, take out... like a ranged weapon and blow him away. That's not a good look. I'm kind of tempted to rate this one pretty low as well. I think I'll give it an F. Now this one's weird. This is the Rust Fruit. Super useful against anyone with metal weapons. I think the part where he can rust your body is actually non-canon. So that's really limiting. He's good in very specific situations, but beyond that, it's not much to write home about. I think, and not a lot of utility to it either. I mean, rusting things. How could that be useful beyond, you're in a fight with someone who has a knife? I think I'm gonna have to give this one an F. This one's another stinker. This one's a huge stinker. This is the guy who could turn his body into wheels. Distinct from another guy later, a non-canon character who actually turned. Where is he? He's like this one goober. This guy can actually turn parts of his body into little rubber wheels, and it looks really stupid. This guy can just like make his limbs spin around, and that's like his whole attack, and he gets destroyed almost immediately. Seems like a pretty awful power. I'm giving that a Z. All this talking, and we're still like not. We've got a long way to go. I'm gonna need to take a drink, take a break to get some more water, or maybe some soda, something sugary to, like, I don't know, help lubricate my throat because it's getting pretty dry. Perona. This is the one with the power to create different types of ghosts. Some of them explode, others pass through your body and make you depressed to the point where you fall to your knees, with no clear defense against them. You find out later that with enough hockey, you can kind of swat off the ill effects of devil fruits, like anything that gives you like a debuff. But when you first see her, the only person who can stand up against her is the person who's already depressed, to where they're used to the depression and it doesn't bother them. Like, even Luffy, the guy who famously has like an indomitable will, he is helpless against this power. And that seems pretty wild to me. She can also astral project. Her loadout seems hard to deal with. It seems hard to deal with, and it seems cool. I mean, the ability to just project yourself and pass through walls and like explore the world that way. That's pretty awesome. But you gotta leave your body behind to do it, and that makes it kind of vulnerable. If you lose track of your body, something really bad could happen. So I think I'm gonna give this a C. And now this is, I think it's called the Yomi Yomi no Mi. Gives you the power to come back to life once. With a couple caveats. Your soul's got to be able to find your body. If it can't find it until later, then it's gonna start rotting. And that's kind of what happened to this guy, where he couldn't find his body for a whole year. When he finally did find it, it was a skeleton. Another catch is, there's the whole no swimming thing. None of these characters can swim. So if you happen to die by drowning, you're just kind of screwed. Like, you could come back to life and you would just be stuck at the bottom of the ocean forever. He does have some other perks to him, though. He can, like, conjure the chill of death to freeze you. He can also astral project the same way that Perona can. Well, not quite the same. Very similar. And he gets up. I'm trying to think how it's described. He can, like, move your soul with his music, which causes these powerful hallucinations. Well, it only seems to work on lesser men. That's a devil fruit that can do a lot of little things, but I'm not too impressed by any of them. I think I'm going to give this an E. And then Moria. Moria is someone with an awesome power, but is constantly held back by his low IQ. The things that he can do are just beyond wild. First off, he can take your shadow from you. If he's able to get his hands on your shadow and sever it from your body with like a sharp object, you go into a coma for like 2 days. So right off the bat, this guy is just he's S plus straight up. That one power on its own, S plus. And that's only the tip of the iceberg on what this guy can do. Just the idea that if this guy gets a hold of your shadow, that's it. You're completely at his mercy. He could finish you off right then and there. That's already wild. Now, it's called a coma. It is possible for someone else to show up and snap you out of it. But the fact that you just instantly lose consciousness, no matter who you are. Like, even if you're a strong fighter, you gotta be worried about this guy catching you off guard. And that's not even talking about what he can do with your shadow once he gets it. By the way, anyone who's lost their shadow, if they step out into direct sunlight, they get vaporized. So if Moria really wants you gone and he doesn't, for any reason, happen to have an implement on him to wipe you out, he can just walk your body out into direct sunlight and vaporize you. So again, S plus. This guy's like S plus many times over. But then once he has your shadow, he can use it to animate a dead body, and that's already pretty awesome. One catch is that if the owner of the shadow dies, the shadow goes away too. So you kind of actually have to leave your victims alive in order to get the whole zombie aspect of this power to work. But then there is the bit where, like, what counts as a zombie is honestly, that can be played around with a lot. Because he's got this guy working for him, Dr. Hogback, who can, he's like Dr. Frankenstein. He does, like, this crazy stitch work zombie stuff. And just by putting a face on a tree, Moria is then able to animate the entire tree. That is pretty crazy. The one weakness to these zombies... Well, not one weakness. There are really two weaknesses, because one option is to destroy the zombie so thoroughly that there's nothing to which the shadow can be attached. Which is what happens when Zoro burns up that one zombie. He like sets it on fire and that's it. That zombie's gone. And the shadow goes back to its owner. But that's a pretty extreme measure. Another one is feeding the zombie salt. Now that is such an obscure weakness. The only reason that anyone picks up on this weakness is because Brooke catches a couple zombies talking about it like idiots. That's the only thing that tips him off to the fact that the zombies have a weakness to salt. And then the third option is to somehow convince Moria to willingly give up control of these shadows. Which is not going to happen. He would rather die than do that. And it is explained that killing off Moria does not release his control of these shadows. They will stay lost. And that's really rough. Even, like, knocking him out. In a lot of cases, knocking out a Devil Fruit user can cancel their powers. But not with Moria. There is one other trick to breaking this guy's spell that we'll get to in a little bit. Because another thing he can do is just absorb the shadows into himself to give himself the strength and skills of the shadow's original owner, which is awesome, but it's a temporary buff that ends with him losing control of that shadow. And that is like the one other way that you can hope to get your shadow back from the sky, is if he uses it to buff himself. Which honestly seems like just a liability to me. I would not use that power at all. To me, if I was in a you or me like fight to the death, my trick would be to just take your shadow and then finish you off while you're unconscious. And the kicker, like all the things he can do with your shadow is already pretty awesome, but then he can do crazy tricks with his own shadow where he can create this doppelganger he calls Doppelman, and it's basically a version of himself that's like the T-1000. It's got this crazy liquid body that can shapeshift and stuff. That is almost as awesome as his ability to take your shadow and immediately knock you out. But because he's not very smart, he doesn't make the most use of that power. It just seems like he just treats it like another guy on the battlefield and I'll send it to fight for him. Or he'll shape it into little bats that go up and bite you. There is one cool moment where he shapes into a giant spike to stab someone. But then I don't see why he doesn't just cover the entire battlefield in spikes and just waste everybody. Or because Doppelman is so tough, why doesn't he wear Doppelman like a suit of armor? Another trick he has with Doppelman is he can switch places with him at any point, which functions like almost like a Logia. We'll get to Logias in a bit, but Logias are like the elemental type devil fruits that are like super duper busted. Where are they? Like all these guys right here, they can turn their bodies into fluid-like substances to avoid damage, which is an amazing advantage. And Moria kind of gets to cheat his way into doing that. So unless you attack both him and his clone at the same time, you can't get this guy. He can do it so seamlessly that when Robin like spawns her arms on his neck and they switch his places, the arms wind up on his clone. That's messed up. So that is definitely an S plus power. Even if Moria as a fighter is honestly pretty garbage. Like, guys who are just fast or strong enough can totally blow through all his tricks and crush him. But if he was smarter, if he really knew how to use his powers, he would be almost unbeatable. See what we got here. Kuma, I'm not sure how to grade his power, because he can repel anything and everything, including like air and even some abstract concepts at speeds up to and including the speed of light with the paw pads on his hands. The trick is that he has to catch something with his hands or his power is useless. But he's like a super awesome fighter. But then we're also not really counting his own fighting ability. We're just looking at the Devil Fruit. Another catch to this is he can repel things super far away at super high speeds, including himself. And that is a means of transportation for him. He can basically teleport himself, and that's really cool. So, that's going to be either a B tier or an A tier. Because when he can catch things with his hands, that is an indomitable defense. He can deflect anything. And his offensive power is through the roof. I'm going to give this one an A. Bonnie's power lets her change the age of like anyone or anything, but in the case of people, it's only temporary. I think it's permanent for her though, Because Bonnie's actually really young, but then when she eats the devil fruit, by default, she seems to be at like permanent physical maturity and perfection. And just that ability to change your own age to where you stay young, that seems super useful. Because if you can't defend against that, you're just kind of screwed. I think I'm gonna have to give this one like a. I think she has to. I think she also has to touch you in order to be able to do it. So I'm not gonna rank it too high. Like if she could do that long range, that would be really messed up. It would be hard to defend against that. But it's a short range attack. I think I'm gonna give her a B. Kid's Devil Fruit, oh man. This is one of the least creative Devil Fruits in the series, where he's basically just Magneto. He can telekinetically control metal. And that's pretty much it. And in a series where, like, the benchmark for being a strong fighter is you can crush metal with your bare hands, that's not very impressive. And the fact that all his major W's, he's had to have help. That's not a good look. No, it's not. Although, one neat trick is that he's able to build like these crazy constructs, and because they're held together with magnetism, there's no way to really break them. Like, you can smash them up, and then he'll just use magnetism to put them back together. So in a fight against a normal guy, that's kind of a wild ability. That's kind of middle of the road. I think we're going to have to look at other, like... Do I think it's as good as these powers? Not quite. Is it as good as these powers? Probably. So I'm going to go ahead and... Oh, man. Oh, man, it's freaking out. It's freaking out. Oh. Okay, try that again. There we go. Let's see what else we got. Laws Ope no Mi. This is a lot like Moria's power, in the sense that it's almost like a party pack of powers that are tied around a singular theme. Like, he can create this field, and he can telekinetically control anything in it. He can chop things up in his field of influence and, like, put them back together in crazy ways. He can swap them instantly as, like, a form of teleportation. And that's honestly kind of dodgy how that works, because sometimes he acts like he needs to be able to swap something in order to be able to teleport. Other times he doesn't. I'm not entirely sure how it works. Then he gets all sorts of other weird powers on the side. Like, it seems like he also has some control over radiation, or he can make like a force field of dubious effectiveness. He only does it like once, and it doesn't work very well at all. But then he has this one really wild power that he only uses once ever, and that's the ability to swap people's personalities. Why he doesn't do that more often and just completely dominate his opponents, I'm not sure. Oh man, that stings. I hope I didn't get any hot sauce on my face. It is clear that people with enough hockey can kind of brush off his powers, but that's not a lot of people. Not a lot of people at all. The utility of this is super high if you have a lot of medical knowledge, because it's basically a power that is tailor-made for doctors, where its ability to let you cut people open without hurting them It lets you do like crazy operations where you can cure uncurable ailments. And the ultimate trick is that if you really want, you can sacrifice your own life to make someone else immortal. Or eternally young. I don't remember how it works. But it's like crazy. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else he can do. Because he can do a lot of things. That's what makes this so awesome. I think I am just going to go ahead and... I don't know. I think I am going to go ahead and put it at S for now. It drives me nuts that Moria has managed to make his way to the top of this tier list, because that's not a character that I think a lot of people like. And the fact that he really isn't that great of a fighter, it's just his Devil Fruit is so awesome. I have no choice but to put him all the way up there. The Shiro no Mi. This lets you... This is going to sound so weird. It lets you turn your body into a walking, talking, living castle. Basically, anybody who gets close enough to you, at your bidding, you can shrink them down, and they can enter through portals in your body into like a little pocket dimension that's inside your body that you have control of, and you can manifest yourself inside to interact with them, but you're still on the outside. And then the one other trick it has is you can actually morph your own body. Like you can literally turn into a giant castle, or you can turn your legs into tank treads. Not sure what that has to do with castles, but whatever. He can do it. Really useful for transporting things, I would think. Or bringing all your homies with you wherever you go. Because when he shrinks things down into himself, that doesn't make him heavier. He's still just, a regular guy on the outside. High utility, but this guy has been beaten in a fight, so his ability is not that strong. I think that's gonna be another D. I foresee a lot of D's. D's nuts. Sorry, I had to do it. Rouge. This is... Oh, boy. This is another loser. Because he's like the Hulk, but with a catch. Where he converts damage into strength, but he still has to take the damage in order to be able to do that. So he gets beat up a little bit, then he gets like super big and strong and can beat you up. But when someone shoots him with a projectile, well, he can turn that damage into strength, but he still has a hole in his body. Compare that to people in One Piece who can get strong just by training. That's not impressive at all. I think that's going to be an F. Hawkins. This is going to be a hard one because you never really get a good explanation of his powers or how they work. Never, because he has this thing where he can make voodoo dolls, so that when he gets hurt, he transfers the damage to someone else instead. But then it's never explained the process of making the voodoo dolls. It's not clear who he can make voodoo dolls of, or how fast he can make them, how he makes them, what the prerequisites are. There's just a lot to his power that is not ever explained. And I don't think it ever will be explained. He's kind of out of the story at this point. And then he also has this other aspect to his power where he can read tarot cards to foresee the future. And it's not clear if that is a connection. It's not clear if that's part of his power, or if that's just some kind of divination, like how Charlie could like look into her magic pearl and see the future, which is itself not a well explained power at all. In fact, I would go so far as to say that it has not been explained at all. And it's this really erroneous element in the story that I don't like. And it's not clear if Hawkins has power over the future or if he can merely predict it. It's a really funny and confusing ability. He can also turn into a giant straw man, like of dubious strength. It seems like every time he does that, he just gets washed. It does not seem like a useful power. His whole ability just seems really dependent on other people. I'm tempted to not rate it very high on that basis, in addition to the fact that I just don't like it. I think I'm going to give him an F. Apu can turn sound into damage and can be pretty tough to deal with until you learn his limitations. For one thing, if you plug your ears to where you can't hear him, his attacks don't affect you, which I don't understand. If it was some sort of hypnosis, like that one lady with the bells in Naruto, if it was a form of hypnosis, that would make sense. But this is real damage. It doesn't matter if you can't hear it. He's still making sound, and the sound is reaching you. This isn't like that one episode of Teen Titans where like it's a powerful hallucinogen that like tricks your body into damaging itself. It just, that aspect doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But then there's also the part where he has to focus on a specific target in order to damage them, and if you just get out of the way, then he can't hit you. So it's just a normal projectile in that regard, but with extra steps because he's got to play music. Not too wowed by this power, even though it does have a cool presentation, the way that he morphs his body into instruments. That's kind of fun in its own way. So I think I'm actually going to rate this one a little bit higher. I'm going to give him an E. Oh man, my back. Hold on a sec. Oh yeah, that's better. Hancock. This is the ultimate example of my principle of rating the devil fruits based on their usefulness and not on the person using them. Uh-oh, I'm out of water. Because Boa Hancock can turn to stone anyone infatuated with her. And that is entirely dependent on how beautiful and charming she is. If it was a normal guy who had that power, like, it would be pretty useless. She can turn inanimate objects to stone, for whatever use that might yield. I don't know. I'm not really wowed by this one. I've never been wowed by this power. I'm honestly tempted to rate it pretty low. See, Magellan's power is really cool. It's actually one of my favorites. I love all the crazy purple poison that he generates from his body that he can shape into crazy things like a giant poisonous serpent. That's really cool. The fact that he can make all sorts of different poisons as well. And he himself is immune to poison, although One drawback to that is that, like, you can't get a buzz. Because I think alcohol is technically a poison, so you can't get a buzz from drinking. That's kind of a bummer. I'm tempted to rate this one pretty high. I mean, when you see it in action, it feels like an indomitable power. But then that's because nobody had a ranged weapon at the time, and so they felt pretty helpless. I think that one's gonna be a B. Ivankov's power, the hormone fruit, or whatever you want to call it. And you can control hormones to a magical degree, and I know that is a dream come true for a lot of people, because he can freely switch between being a man and a woman, which that would be a lot of fun to play with. But he can also like conjure adrenaline out of nowhere. He can increase your healing factor. A lot of utility to this devil fruit power, I feel. And so I'm going to rate that one pretty high. I'll give it a C. I don't know if it's quite as good as these. No, I'm going to leave it a C. Inazuma's power gives them the scissor hands that can cut through anything like paper, and it temporarily gives them the properties of paper. That's such an obscure power, I'm not even sure if I can really evaluate how good it is. That's just so out there. I know I personally am not very impressed by it. I'm tempted to rate this one kind of low. I'll give it an E. Diamond Jozu. This guy's cool because he has the highest defensive power in all of One Piece, bar none. Where he can turn his body into diamond, straight up. And nothing can really get through that. The one drawback that I've noticed is it doesn't look like he can turn his entire body to diamond at once. He's always got a little bit of his body that's still flesh and bone. But still, just the sheer defensive power, the ability to shake off basically any damage. I'm tempted to give that a B. I think this guy's name is Blamenko. I'm not even sure if you forget the name of his devil fruit power, but he can like store things in pockets on his body, which would be a lot cooler if we didn't already have this guy who can do the same thing and more. This really feels like a worse version of that power. Not impressed. Some neat utility, but not much else. I'm giving him an F. Vice Admiral Suru, she has the wash fruit, where she can turn people into, or not turn people into laundry, give their bodies the properties of clean laundry. I know. I don't know where Oda gets this either. But really weird. It seems to be able to dispatch lesser opponents instantly, and they also claim that it feels good. It's such a strange power. We've barely seen it in action, so I can't really say how useful it is, but I'm tempted to say not very useful at all. That's going to be a Z. Although, see, this is a weird thing. I don't see what it is that makes Suru so scary, but Doflamingo in particular seems terrified of Suru. I don't know why. But it's clear from the story that they used to have a pretty serious, like nemesis relationship. Where it was always Suru that was after Dofi's tail. So maybe I'm underrating her, but for now, her power is just going to chill out right there. Now this is a weird character. He's kind of canon, he is mentioned in canon, but he only appears in the flesh in non-canon sources, like that one movie. And what I know about him is that his devil fruit power lets him levitate things, but only after he's touched them. That's kind of an annoying limitation, but still seems really useful. Like, from what I can recall, he can move like really big things. And I don't think he can levitate himself, but all he has to do is stand on top of something he's levitating to be able to basically fly around. And that seems really cool. That's a power with high utility. I'm going to give it a B. San Wolf, he's got the big fruit that just makes him really big. And I'm sorry to say, but being bigger in One Piece is not really much of an advantage. I mean, One Piece is the ultimate example of the bigger you are, the harder you fall. Where once you're past a certain threshold of how huge you are, you're probably just a jobber. And that's kind of what I get from San Wolf, is the fact that he's big just makes him a bigger target. And I don't know if it's because he's kind of dense, but he doesn't seem to have much control over this power at all, because he's just big all the time. So I'm not sure if he doesn't have control over it, or if he's stuck being big, which sucks. I'm going to give that one a Z. And here we've got another loser. Here's Vanderdecken's power, the Mato Mato no Mi, which when he touches someone with one of his hands, he marks that person as his target so that whenever he throws something, it will invariably home in on that target, which is one of the worst powers I've ever heard of in my life. Because it only does one thing. It just... Sorry. I could really use some more water. Come on. All it does is let him throw things at people. He does pull off this one trick where he throws something really big and then he gets on top of it mid-flight and rides it to where he needs to go. But the end result is that thing crashes into someone. He also expresses no control over it, to the point where he needs to wear a glove over his hand to prevent him from accidentally marking someone else as his target. And he can't mark an inanimate object as his target, otherwise that would defeat the purpose. Whatever he was trying to throw would then become his next target. There's no versatility to this power at all. You just throw things at people. That's it. Now, you can throw titanic things at people. He throws, a ship that's the size of an island. Just by, pushing it. But that's still not really useful, I don't think. Especially since if it's a large object, it'll travel very slowly. And if you can destroy the object before it reaches its target, it won't travel anymore. And even if you can't avoid the projectile, you can still just block it. This has got to be one of the worst powers. I'm tempted to rate this super duper low. The fact that you don't even have control over it to the point where you have to be careful about who you touch. I think we're looking at our first Z-. Terrible power. Kanjuro, his power is hard to understand. He can conjure disguises by putting a leaf or a rock on top of your head and then turning it into clothes. What kind of clothes is never clear. Why he doesn't just make armor out of diamond, I'm not sure. I don't get that. And without understanding that, it's hard to really rate how useful this power is. He can make disguises, but they're... how convincing they are is dubious. Because it seems to work. It works on comedy logic, where he does not look like the person he's disguised as, but people fall for it anyway. He can make like really comfy clothes if it's cold. This seems like a lame power. I'm sorry, I can't see this as being truly awesome. I'm gonna have to give this one like an F. Sorry. Big Mom's power is hard to get a grasp on, because she can drain the lifespan, like the life force, from people, but only if they fear her. Now, Big Mom is a big, strong, scary woman. She's the top female pirate in the One Piece world. But if it was just a regular person, this would not be very effective. Now, you can use your own life force to do cool tricks, like make yourself temporarily stronger. But I don't know. And the one trick that she can do once she has someone's life force is she can use it to anthropomorphize different things. Like when she uses it on a tree, it's suddenly a tree with a face, and it starts moving around and talking like an old vintage cartoon. Not entirely sure how useful that is. She does do some cool stuff though, like she can bring fire and storms to life. Or she can bring a hat to life, and for some reason that allows her to create this sort of crazy psychic network where her hat lets her pick up on what all her minions can see and hear. Weird stuff. I don't find it to be too useful. That's more like... That's secondary to what she can do as a fighter, where she's just really, really big and strong. Her actual Devil Fruit power doesn't leave me wowed. Not when all it seems to do is shorten people's lifespans and bring like dumb things to life. I'm actually gonna rate this kind of... Although, if you can strike fear into someone's heart, you can just kill them instantly. So, that's a tough call. How do I rate this? When I think about that, I think I don't want to rate it as low as I was about to rate it. I'll play it safe and give her like a C. Sugar has one of the scariest powers in the entire series. Where one, it makes her permanently young. Two, when she touches people, she can turn them into toys. And what counts as a toy? I have no idea. That seems kind of vague. 3, once she's turning into a toy, she can make a contract with you, and that basically forces you to do her bidding. And then the 4th thing, and this is the absolute scariest part, is once you've been turned into a toy, everyone forgets that you ever existed. Like, physical records of your existence will still remain, but everyone, no matter who they are, even if they're your loved ones, like, their memory is almost rewritten to be a version of their life where you never existed. And even when that creates contradictions, like when there's like a woman with a child and she doesn't know who the father is, like, that's not even on her radar. That doesn't make sense. And that is the absolute scariest part. If a person like this, with this power, made her way into like a real seat of political power, if she could go up to the rulers of the world and make everyone forget that they ever existed, I could hardly imagine the chaos that would cause. So I'm just gonna straight up, like, that's S+ right there. I don't care if there's like, if you've got enough hockey, you can, like, ward off her power. And I don't care that it only works at point blank range where she has to be able to touch you to make it work. Like, one touch from this girl, and, like, that's it. Game over. Like, there's not even a fight. You're just done. You're gone. And no one is coming to help you because nobody remembers that you exist. That is an S plus power. Baby 5, this is a weird power because she can morph her body into different weapons, including more complex things that use mechanisms and chemicals, like flamethrowers and stuff. She can even turn into explosive weapons, where her body will blow up and then she can put herself back together. But for some reason, that doesn't make her invincible. Like, she is only immune to the damage caused by her own attacks. I don't really get how that works. And I'm... like, again, it's a power that's only seems to be useful for combat. It does not boast a lot of versatility. This is wild because, strictly speaking, this power is better than this power because she can do everything this guy can do, but more. But, I don't know. I just haven't seen her do anything really impressive. But just to be safe, I'll put her in C tier. Buffalo's got a really... its value is entirely based on the fact that it lets him fly. His power doesn't seem to be useful for anything else. But being able to fly is really cool. That's another C. The Betanomi, or however you want to call it, he gets to create like this flammable gel from his body. That is like sticky, and that's about it. Like, he can make things sticky and he can light them on fire, and that's it. Not too wowed by this power. I don't even think I really have a lot to say about it. It's not aesthetically pleasing. I mean, you see the guy constantly dripping with snot, because that's like what it is. I call it gel, but really it's straight up mucus. It's not a very appealing power, but it does boast some good offensive capability. I'm just going to give that an E. Fujitori's power lets him freely control gravity. Like, he can make it go sideways or upside down. He can make things light or heavy. And something else that a lot of people don't notice, his Devil Fruit has the widest range of anything, anywhere, ever. At one point, he uses his gravity powers to bring down a meteor. So he can reach all the way into outer space. That is so wild to me. In a way, it makes sense, I guess. In case you didn't know, the range of gravity is infinite. Every particle in the universe is attracted to every other particle in the universe. Like, even to the farthest reaches of the universe, there's still an attraction. So I'm not sure what the effective range of this guy's power is, but nobody else in this list is topping that. This is like the ultimate in that regard. And his offensive power is through the roof. This is probably just an S. And it's wigging out again. I don't know what's going on there. I think it might be the website. I forgot to check if Jerem messaged me. No, not yet. He's probably still at the retro game section. Let's see what else we got. Bart, he can make indestructible barriers. Like, all the way indestructible. Although there are some things that can bypass it, he comments how his Devil Fruit does not His barriers do not protect against harsh language. But if his barriers aren't soundproof, that could mean that someone like Apu can cut right through it. His barriers are also translucent, so if it's a form of light that his Delver doesn't reflect, that could possibly be a factor. There's also a limit on how many barriers you can make, and you can only make one at a time, and it's of a limited surface area. But the fact that it's straight up indestructible, much like Diamond Jozu, he boasts one of the highest defensive powers in all of One Piece, and the fact that he can make like cool surfaces out of it. He makes stairs at one point. I'm tempted to rate this one pretty high. I'm not entirely sure. I'll go ahead and give him a B. It's still not a lot of like A tiers. I actually found more S and S pluses than A's. Leo's got kind of a dumb power. It almost comes off as a weaker version of what Doflamingo can do, where he can also make string, but only in the capacity that he can magically sew things together. And his stitches don't come apart, but how much is that really useful? I guess he could do construction. Like, if his stitches never come undone, then his stitches could do the job that welders could do. Because it seems like there's no limit to what he can thread his needle through. Still, no, not impressed. That seems like a weak Delver power. I'm gonna have to, if it would cooperate, I'm gonna give that an F. Man, I wanted to wait until I got into the zones to take a water break. I could use a bathroom break too, but we've still got quite a ways to go. I think I'm gonna have to take a little break here. So I'm gonna go to intermission and then we'll be right back. Okay, and we are back. There you go. See, that wasn't very long at all, was it? Now, where were we? Viola's power. She has, like, crazy telescopic vision. and can also read people's minds. Not super useful in a fight, although she has this really erroneous power where I don't even know what it is. It's like she can turn her tears into whales made of hot lead. Bizarre. I think Oda was really struggling to figure out a way to give her any kind of offensive power. And so he just came out with something really bizarre. Unless it's based on some Japanese pun that I don't know. But I would consider the value of this power to be purely based on its utility. And it does have quite a bit of utility. I think I'm going to have to give that one a C. Jill, this is a devil fruit that I don't even understand. She can turn things and people into art, but what does that mean? Like, what is art? In a way, everything is art. Mostly it just seems to make things useless. But then, how do you define use? I'm not entirely clear. I don't know. I'm not too wowed by this power. I mean, when she's in a fight against like normal opponents, she actually does pretty okay. But then when she takes damage, it seems like her spell is broken. I don't really know. I don't know how to evaluate this one. So I'm going to be safe and rate this one a C as well. Kelly Funk is the ultimate loser. This is the worst devil fruit power in the entire series, by the way. Right here. You want to know what the worst one is? You're looking at it. Kelly Funk's power is that he turns himself into a weird, creepy skin suit that someone else can put on. And when they put him on, he assumes control over their body and assimilates all of their like strength and skills and abilities and stuff. And that is his only power, as far as I can tell. Like, I don't know if it's because he's a weakling and he just hasn't trained his power. Maybe he can do other things with it. But as far as we can see, all he does is turn it into a skin suit that his brother wears. Because his brother has a wimpy disposition, but he has this naturally strong, indestructible body. So this power basically lets them fuse together. But the fact is that it's a power that does nothing on its own. Nothing at all. You would need to get someone stronger than you to put you on. And even then, that kind of call me crazy, but when I do the math, that adds up to a net loss. Like, you're not making the other person stronger. You're just taking yourself out of the equation. Like, Kelly and his brother together aren't stronger. All he's doing is overriding his brother's tendency to avoid conflict. And that's it. The fact that there's no way for him to force someone to put him on, no way for him to, like, forcibly assume control of someone's body, means that his power is just useless. It's dependent on someone voluntarily putting him on. And in the case of Kelly, who is weak, all it does is decrease the number of fighters on his side. This is a net loss. And the absolute worst, I don't think it'll surprise anyone if I put it in Z-. Gladius, I forget what his power's called, but very similar. This was one of the things that bothered me about Dressrosa, by the way, it was a lot of Oda just copying his own notes, because there are a lot of really redundant powers here. He's called a Rupture Human. He basically does the same thing as this guy, Lenny Kravitz over here. He does the thing where he can make parts of his body blow up. Although he does have the added bit where he can make other things blow up, but he has to wait for them to like swell to gigantic size. Like he has like he has like the cartoon version of the whole exploding power thing, where he touches things and then they blow up like a balloon and then they pop, and that's his power. Strange and again quite limited in its function. Strictly speaking, it is better than this power here, so I'm gonna go ahead and put him in D. Senior Pink, his power is that he can swim in anything except water. Like he can dive into a concrete parking lot and swim through it like it is water, but then he drowns in real water. Really weird. It's like there's another Devil Fruit power in here somewhere. It's a non-canon one. I think it's he's got like a big head. He's got like a big goofy head, and he's part of this guy right here. Like his power is that he can just straight up phase through things. Scenario Pink's power is basically that, but with extra steps, where he has to actually make a physical effort to swim through whatever he's passing through, and it also means that he has to hold his breath. Kind of cool. Like I said, it's like being able to phase through solid objects, but not quite. And it scares me to think what it would be like to try to swim with your eyes open and get all that dirt and concrete in your eyes. I'll give that one a D as well. My advice is I'm gonna rate the same as this one because it's very similar, and it's not necessarily stronger. It just trades some of the utility of this fruit for utility of its own. This guy can't make his body lighter, but he can make his body heavier than Miss Valentine can. Where her top weight is in like the tens of thousands of kilos. This guy is in the tons. He's in the thousands of tons. Actually, you know what? Even though this is supposed to be stronger and it might be better in a fight, the fact that it has less utility makes me want to rate it lower, because I like the idea of being able to make myself lighter so that I'm more agile. Diamante, it's hard to immediately perceive the use of his Devil Fruit power. He can make things ripple like a flag, as he puts it, in his own words. What this does exactly is not clear. Mostly it's used for deception, where he will bring things to the battlefield that seem like just lightweight fabric, but in fact they're made out of steel. He can fold things and put them in like little pockets or whatever, and that's kind of neat. But we've already got some Devil Fruits that can do that, but better. I think one of the dumbest things he does to try and show off his power is he takes his sword, already a lethal weapon, and then he uses his ripple power to shape it into like a bull's head and punch people with it, when it would have been more deadly to just slash them. It seems like his power also makes things stretchy, because then when he makes his sword ripple, he can then make it go like all the way out, like super duper long. And that's kind of cool, I guess. And he can also make himself ripple, and when his body flutters, that helps him avoid damage. Not a great power, but definitely not one of the worst, I would say. It is kind of cool to see in action, so I'll give that a D. Pika's power is busted, to the point that the only reason he really loses is because he makes a mistake. He has the ability to assimilate stones into his body. That comes with the drawback that whatever damage the stones take, his body takes, but he can assimilate large amounts of stones to make himself almost island-sized. he becomes absolutely titanic. And his offensive and defensive power is insane. Also, the fact that as long as he's in contact with stones, he can just kind of like disappear through the stones. It's almost a form of teleportation for him. He can cover large distances by passing his being through the stones, which is a lot better than real life when you try to pass stones through you, and it does not feel good. Pika, I'm tempted to rate this one pretty high. I mean, I did talk trash about Kid's power, about how most strong fighters in One Piece can smash through metal. Lots of people can smash through stone too. But I don't know, the fact that it's really, because he can choose to like stop animating the stones, and then there's no harm done to him. And it's not hard to find solid stone just lying around. It's a power that he almost always has access to. And it makes him really mobile. It's just really good. And the scale of it is really impressive. And the website is freaking out again. Man. Pika, too strong. I can barely move him. Oh my gosh. He wants to be an E, but I don't know. Stop. It's I'm gonna have to put him in B tier. It feels weird putting like guys like these in the same tier as Luffy, but I gotta remind myself that I'm looking at the Devil Fruit and not the Devil Fruit user. Like, Luffy's strong for a lot of reasons, not just his Devil Fruit. Moncherie can heal people, but it's mentioned that it's at the cost of her life force. But then this is anime. Shortening your lifespan is basically the same as nothing. Like if someone says, "Oh, I can use this power, but it'll shorten my lifespan," that's basically the same as getting it for free. Like, who cares if your lifespan is shorter? We're not sticking around to watch you get old. The story will be over long before then. So she can heal. She can do big heals that are temporary. If she can get like a blood donation, she can do like a super duper heal. Great utility, but not much else, and has some very obvious limitations. For some reason, her primary healing power only works when she cries. That I consider to be a significant drawback. Still, healing, that's really valuable. I'm going to go ahead and give that a D. Raizo's power, I have a hard time grasping. Because he can conjure scrolls, and the scrolls can roll things up. Like, he uses it to roll up Kaido's fire breath, and then throw it back at him. And in Raizo's own words, he says, "My scroll will roll up anything." Like, okay, doofus, why don't you roll up Kaido and then throw him into the sea? Why don't you do that? Can you not? Well, then apparently your scroll can't roll up anything. I don't get it at all. My scrolls can roll up anything except when they can't. I don't know. It seems he doesn't use it much. From what I can tell, it just gives him a really mean counterattack. But if there's any way that you can avoid it, like if you can anticipate his move and then just maneuver around it, it might not be that bad. And if he can't roll up living things, that's also not that bad. He uses it to do like one cool thing ever, and then that's it. So E. Yeah, that's gonna be an E. The Mirror Fruit. This is another classic case of someone who has an overpowered Devil Fruit, but they are so stupid that they can't figure out how to properly utilize it. This is a person who can seemingly reflect any type of direct attack. She can also clone people along with all of their moves and abilities. She can transpose their likeness onto herself and other figures. And the kicker, she can absorb people into a dimension, the mirror dimension that connects all mirrors. And unless she lets you out, like, that's it. You're just stuck there forever. And that's it. I'm having a hard time justifying not putting this into S+ on that basis. The fact is, the only reason Brûlé jobs so much is that she, well, for one thing, she gets caught in like 2-on-1 fights. Like in a 1-on-1 fight, she's indomitable, except for the one time when she is up against Luffy and it's a 1-on-2 fight in her favor, and Luffy just instantly kidnaps her. It almost seems like she just forgot how to fight. Seems like a plot hole to me. Just, I don't know. And the fact that she can travel between mirrors this way, the fact that she can compel mirrors to talk, to divulge information on what they can see. So it's a form of divination for her as well. It's a really versatile power, and if she could use it intelligently, so many of her opponents would just be at her mercy with no real counter whatsoever. There may be some things about her opponent that she can't copy, like Haki. That's kind of a personal quality. That's like your spiritual power. I don't know if she could copy something like that. You don't really see one way or another. But this is, like I said, awesome power that fell into the hands of someone who seems really dumb. I'm tempted to just put this in S+. Because, like, look at these three people. These are the three devil fruits that give you the ability to instantly defeat someone. With not a whole lot of caveats. Like, Big Mom's power, you have to be afraid of her. And it's not too hard because she's Big Mom, but if it was just some regular schmuck, that wouldn't work. But Kaido, if he gets his hand on your shadow, you lose. If Sugar touches you, you lose. If you get caught in one of Brûlé's mirrors, you lose. You just lose. I could honestly say the same about Kuma's power. Maybe I'm rating Kuma's power too low. Like, that's not... Kuma teleporting you somewhere else is not lethal, but it's sending you very far away. Like, if he sends you to some remote island, you're basically dead. Maybe I haven't rated his power high enough. The fact that he can just warp you away with a touch. I think I'm actually going to go ahead and bump him up. Because when I think about it that way, that's wild. That's really wild. Parasparrow can make candy. And it's a lot like number 3's power, where it's like super duper tough candy. And he can use it defensively and offensively, and he can make cool stuff out of it. Uh, his power also has an interesting property where if you're stuck in this candy for, I think he said 3 minutes, then you turn into candy and that's it. You're dead. And the fact that his candy is like super sticky, I don't know. That's a little bit scary. If you're not strong and you can't break free, then you're kind of done. So once again, I find myself really tempted to rate this super duper high. But then it has the weakness of heat. If you can melt the candy, then it's not that bad. And his candy's not unbreakable, but you do have to be pretty strong. Hmm. Hmm. This feels weird. Like the logical part of my brain says this is really strong. I should rate it high, but then he doesn't feel strong. Nah, what am I saying? The guy's put in tons of work. I should definitely like put him in A rank. I'm just looking. I'm thinking about what I've said and wondering if these guys are also underrated, because Dofi's power is also ridiculous to the extreme. The fact that he can just control most people without a lot of difficulty. The sheer scope of what he can do on his Devil Fruit power alone is insane. So, I've always thought his Devil Fruit was one of the strongest. And I don't feel like it's weaker than these guys. I'm going to have to bump him up to S plus as well. Cracker's power, deceptively strong. His power is that he makes biscuits. That sounds silly, but his biscuits are actually insanely tough. They are tougher than Paris Barrow's candy. They are tougher than Mr. Three's wax. They're just tough. They're actually quite a bit tougher than Dofi's strings. The only reason I wouldn't rate him over Dofi is because being able to make biscuits is not as versatile as being able to make strings. Like Dofi has like crazy attacks and tricks that he can do with his strings. Cracker doesn't do a whole lot with his biscuits. Also, just the fact that he has an unlimited supply of food, and his Devil Fruit power doesn't seem to take a lot of stamina. Like, this is another really strong one. Maybe not as strong as these guys. I'll go ahead and put him in A2. And is it Galette or Jalette? She can make butter. And she has used that to, like, snare her opponent's movements. Not sure if it's good for a lot else. I mean, it's butter. It's slippery. So maybe she can do some other stuff with it. Like, because there are other people with Devil Fruit powers that give them some sort of slipperiness. But this Devil Fruit power gets so little play, it's really hard to know how to rate it. So, just to be safe, I'm going to put that in C. And now the C rank is getting pretty chonky. Even though we've still got a long ways to go. This guy can, like, trap you in an illusory world with his books and also telekinetically control books. Which is weird. And he can put you in a prison made out of a giant book that you can't escape without lighting it on fire. This guy's actually got a really strong power. If you can avoid his books, it's not so bad. But if you do fall for it, that's tough to get out of. I'm tempted to rate him pretty high. I mean, when Luffy got caught in his illusion, like, that kind of spelled doom for him right there. But I don't feel like his power is as good as some of the others here. Like the whole casting illusions thing, that's really only good for winning fights. Like, I gotta remember that I'm not just looking at these in terms of who can win in a fight. It's a matter of what you can do. So I'm gonna rate him a little lower. Matador can make, like, burning hot cream. Weird power. Not sure how useful that is, honestly. I think I'm going to rate that one a little lower. So, he's going to be a D. And now D rank is getting a little bigger. Smoothie? Smoothie's such a useless fighter. She doesn't do anything, so it's hard to know how strong her power really is. She can, like, drain the essence from something in the form of a liquid and drink it. Which, not much use to that. But if she drains enough essence, she becomes gigantic and can shoot liquid attacks. She's basically like a human sponge. That's going to be another C. Again, I'm not 100% confident on how useful it is. Pudding, if she gets her hands on you, she can manipulate your memories. That is an absolutely devastating power. The fact that if she catches you, like, she can really bend you to her will in crazy ways. The idea of being able to control someone's memories is always super duper scary to me, because there's just so much power in that. The power to manipulate people. That I feel tempted to rate these kinds of powers super high. Like, her power isn't useful for anything else, but the one thing it can do is so devastating. Katakuri, he can turn into mochi. So he has this fluid body that's also sticky, so he can ensnare his foes. It winds up being really dangerous. I'm going to give that an A. It's unfortunate, though. It's strange when you see it in play, because the whole sticky thing seems really powerful, but he does not use that aspect of his power very often. Let's see. Daifuku can conjure a genie, but not like a wish-granting genie. It's more like just a big, tough guy with a glaive. Pretty strong, and it's nice to have a helping hand, but not much else to it. I think I gotta give him a C. Oven can make his body super hot, and that's it. Not too excited by that. Like I said, heat-based attacks are something that a lot of One Piece characters can just shake off. And I'm not sure that there's a whole lot more he can do just by making his body hot. Guy who can turn things into food, though, that's awesome. Like, everything that he lacks in terms of offense and defense, he makes up for in sheer utility. The ability to turn things into food is absolutely wild. That could give you so much sway in society if you could just solve hunger crises instantly. So I'm gonna rate that pretty high. He can turn giant things into food too, like whole buildings. That's kind of crazy. That is kind of an offensive feat. If he can crush enemy defenses by turning them into food. Like just blow through fortifications. Nushi's power. This is super weird. He can fuse with his siblings to make like a giant opponent. This is basically a better version of what this guy can do. Like if this guy can fuse with a bunch of people to make one big strong guy, that is way better. I mean, he doesn't show out too much. He's kind of a mid carder, so I'm gonna give her a mid card and give him a mid carder grade and make it a D. This guy, man, I don't remember his name. And he's got this weird power where he can like move the earth by giving it dough-like properties, but he acts like it still takes a lot of exertion. Like he has to push this big, heavy dough-like mass of earth out of the way. It honestly seems like an even crappier version of what Senor Pink can do. Where is Senor? Okay, he's D, so I'm gonna go ahead and give this guy an E. If the website would calm down, thank you. Oh boy, there we go. Bella Betty. I just like this kind of power. It's a power that only helps other people, where she buffs other people and makes them stronger. How much stronger? I don't know. But not a very exciting power. Again, it's something that only helps when you've got other people to help you. That's kind of why I rated Nushi's power so low, because he needs help from other people. I'm actually starting to feel like maybe I want to rate this guy even lower. Like when I think about it that way. And then I'll put Bella Betty right next to him. As soon as yes, thank you. Let's see what else we got. Tama can make little dumplings that when she feeds them to animals, she can tame them instantly. That doesn't actually seem like an awesome power. She just excels because of the situation that she was in at the time. So gonna go ahead and give her up to E rank. Shinobu can make things older. Which seems really powerful. And unlike Bonnie, the effect is permanent. If you are able to be subjected to her power for a long time, like, you're really screwed. I'm not sure how I should rank her, because you don't get a firm grasp of how long it takes for her power to actually take effect. And I think it also takes longer for human beings. Again, I'm going to be safe and just give her up to C rank. Shiryu. Hey, wait. Absol and Shiryu are both on this list, even though they both have the same power. I mean, spoilers, by the way. If you paid attention, like, if you know, you know. But the fact that these guys are both on the same list, that's kind of messed up. Absalom. I'll put Absalom up. The thing about these two guys is they have the power to turn invisible. They can turn invisible, and they can turn anything and anyone they touch invisible, which is really awesome unless you're in a fight with someone who has observation hockey. Uh, anyone with extrasensory perception like that would be able to cut through your invisibility no problem. And that's not a good look. Like, anyone with that kind of power would be able to sense you pretty easily. There's lots of people in One Piece who are like that. So I'm not sure that this power is actually very useful. In a fight against someone who has that kind of ability, that's totally useless. Because, like I said, lots of people have Haki. Lots of people can sense opponents without being able to see them. So I'm tempted to rate that really low again. There are ways to sense you without being able to see you. That's a Z. That's a Z, and Shiryu's just not getting ranked. This guy has like the sick fruit. He can make illnesses. That's a really vague power, but illness can be very devastating. But then it seems like he can only make a person sick temporarily. Like his sicknesses can be debilitating, but they can be cured very easily. So I'm tempted to not actually rate him very high. The fact that, like, we've seen people shake off his power without trying very hard, or at all, in fact. So I'm gonna put him in F. Van Augur's power is awesome, though. He can just straight up teleport. And he can teleport, and he can teleport people that he's touching. That ability is really awesome. I think he's a good fit for A rank. What? What happened? I clicked on this guy. Come on, man. Hello? There, yes, thank you. Oh my gosh. And I'm not even clear on what the Seraphim are doing here, because they all have artificial versions of existing devil fruits. Like, hold on a second. Let me, like, click on this, please. Let me, come on. Oh my gosh, this website is wigging out. We gotta put them under NR for not rated. What? No. That's not what I meant. Oh my gosh, this website is slowing down like crazy. Z minus. And then add a row below. Close the window, please. Ugh. And then make that NR for not rated. So I'll move Shiryu here, S Bear, S Shark, S Snake, and S Hawk. They all get to chill out there. Let's see. Burgess. His power is just the strong fruit, where it makes him really strong. Like, really? I mean, as if people can't get strong in One Piece just by training. This is a world where people can crush mountains just by trying really hard. Absolutely nothing impressive about this power. All it does is let you waste your one shot at getting a devil fruit power. Which, by the way, if you didn't know, you only get to have one devil fruit power. Once you've eaten one and you try to eat another, you just blow up. So you can't have two devil fruit powers. And this guy wasted his pick on a devil fruit power that gives him something he already had. He was already strong. If you want to get stronger in One Piece, you can just train. Why would you need a devil fruit for that? Honestly, seems like a worthless power. I'm gonna go ahead and put that in Z. The only useful if you're supremely lazy and don't want to try to be strong. Vegapunk. By the way, anybody seen the One Piece wiki? For whatever reason, Vegapunk is filed under deceased, even though he's clearly not. Like, if you've been keeping up, you see that Vegapunk's brain is still in a jar, still very much alive. He's not dead. He's not. Someone should fix that. But Vegapunk's power makes him super duper smart, but it also makes his head get gigantic. But then at some point he became so smart that he learned how to, like, detach his brain from his body and put it in, like, a big hanger. And then his brainwaves are transmitted to his body remotely. Being able to be super duper smart seems super duper cool. So I think I'm gonna rate that pretty high. The fact that you basically retain everything that you learn. That's really awesome. I'm gonna put that in A. Avalo Pizarro's Devil Fruit is really weird because it just feels like a slightly different version of what Pika can do. Except he can seemingly merge with just about any inanimate object. Like he merges with a wood floor at one point. So naturally I feel like I have to rate that even higher. Vasco's shot, he can, like, make alcohol? He can, like, make people... I don't even remember, really. I remember not being wowed by his power. And so... this is wigging out, again. This is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. And it's freezing up. Okay, this guy. I'm gonna Z. I'm not even gonna pretend like his power is cool or interesting. It just sucks. This person can compel inanimate objects to move, I guess. Another power where we haven't really seen it in action very much. So I'm going to go ahead and... yeah, no. This power sucks too. Like, so what if you can, like, move buildings? Like, big deal. Whitebeard's power is insane. He can make, like, crazy vibrations that, like, cause tidal waves or smash through solid steel. His offensive power is almost second to none. His sheer destructive power. Not very versatile, though. And it doesn't give him a lot of defensive powers, either. So I'm just going to put that power at A. I know that might bother some people because, like, he said to be the only person with the power to destroy the world. This guy's Devil Fruit is awful. He has the power to nullify sound, and he uses that to be stealthy. But then again, if you have any sort of power of perception, you can spot this guy without being able to hear him. So, pretty crappy. That's another Z. This person's not rated. This was the person before Big Mom to have the same power as her. This person can travel to the future, but not to the past. And quite frankly, I think Toki's power is like one of the most untapped well springs in the fan theory world. Like, maybe I'm not too in touch. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. People have made tons of theories about her. But the idea that she can send, not her specifically, but people with her power can send people to the future I feel like that is gonna come up in like a big way. If someone before her used her power to send someone to the future, like, that could potentially be a major trump card in this story that takes place over hundreds of years. And that makes it hard to rate how strong. Like, strictly speaking, her power cannot do a lot of things. It can do one thing: send her or other people to the future. Or other things, maybe? I don't know if it works on inanimate objects. I don't know. Really hard to grade. Being able to send things to the future without being able to bring them back to the past seems like a huge gamble. I'm going to rate her at E. And then these people aren't being rated. Because, again, they're like past users of Devil Fruits that we've already rated. Kanjuro can bring drawings to life. And this is one of those powers that's very vague. Very hard to understand. Because, hold on, let me check my phone real quick. No. Just expecting a message, but Kanjuro, it's not clear what the limits of this power are. Like can he draw the Superman and like bam, he creates this awesome super being? Can he draw Luffy and then a clone of Luffy appears and has all of Luffy's powers? Can he draw well, I know he, for a fact, he can draw a clone of himself, but is that clone going to have all the same powers as Kanjuro? And how is the power able to discern what it is that Kanjuro is drawing? Like, he could draw a bird and bring it to life, but what if it's not actually a bird? What if it's just a very poorly drawn fish that looks like a bird? Very vague, difficult to understand power. And again, that makes it hard to rate. But the fact that he gets off screen, I don't know. I'm tempted to not rate that very high. It is dependent on your drawing ability as well. So if you can't draw, you're kind of screwed. I'm going to give that an F. And now we finally get to the Zoans. And these are going to be easy to rate, because their powers are pretty basic. They all fundamentally work the same way, where they let you turn into, your human self, or an animal, or a human-animal hybrid. And unfortunately, a lot of these are probably going to wind up in like C or D tier, because a lot of them just aren't very impressive. Like, this guy can turn into like a bison, big deal. Chopper, actually a reindeer, gained the power to turn into a human. And obviously the power to turn into a human is not very appealing to anyone watching this video, because obviously you are a human. So unless you want to take that power or you want to take that fruit and feed it to an animal and have like a talking animal sidekick, but that feels really creepy to me. That almost raises too many questions. The idea of giving human intelligence to an animal, that I would feel really weird about that. This is a super crappy fruit. Just like, obviously based on the perspective of a human, you get nothing out of the ability to turn into one because you already are one. This guy turns into like a falcon. Now obviously that gets rated a little bit higher, because then you gain the ability to fly, and being able to fly is awesome. I think, yeah, I'll go ahead and put him in C. Miss Merry Christmas, she can turn into a mole, and she can effortlessly move through the ground, but then we've seen other characters who can kind of already do that. She does get the big claws, though. And Zoans, across the board, Zoans are just stronger and tougher than regular guys, so I think we're going to rate this a little higher than Senor Pink over here. This one lets you turn into like a Labrador or something. That seems really crappy. I'm gonna have to rate that one pretty low. If I can. Website really doesn't like me doing that. This guy can turn into a jackal. That's a bit more fierce, but not too impressive. This I can't remember. I think this one lets you turn into a horse. Like it's a bird that turns into a horse, not a horse that turns into a bird. Can run fast, but not much else. And then you got Lucci, who can turn into a leopard. Strictly speaking, not more impressive than being able to turn into a jackal, but golly, it's just so cool when you see Lucci use it. I gotta rate it higher. There's no way I can rate this guy lower than like I'll give him a C. Being able to turn into an elephant, that's honestly pretty cool. Elephants are big and tough and awesome. Turning into a wolf, I mean, that's okay. Turning into a giraffe. Giraffes are genuinely underrated. Giraffes are actually really strong. And you definitely don't want to get into a fight with one. So I'll give him a D. I'm trying to remember which is which. One of these is a venomous snake and one of these is not. Venomous snakes are really cool. And non-venomous snakes are not so cool. And these ones are tough to assess because you only ever see them in their awakened forms. And I kind of agree to not talk about awakenings. So the idea that you just turn into a cow. Or a koala. That's really bad. Like, I don't think there's any advantage to becoming a koala, except I guess you get little claws. That's where the whole drop bear myth came from. Is because people don't realize that an agitated koala is actually, like, kind of fierce. But they're, generally speaking, they're just really dumb and slow. Being able to turn into a rhino is cool, though, so I'm going to rate that a little higher. This is almost like a little lightning round, because these powers, the ability to turn into like an animal or a half animal, half man thing, that is so much more straightforward. Being able to turn into a zebra, not exciting. Actually less useful than being able to turn into a horse, I think. I think zebras are smaller. This guy, I think he can turn into like a tarantula. But like a big tarantula, where his half beast form, each of his limbs have hands on them. That's kind of cool. I think I'll rate him a little higher. This guy can turn into a Dalmatian. That sucks. Come on, up here. Yes, thank you. This one's really bad. Apoina can turn into a caterpillar. And that's very bizarre to me because a caterpillar is just the infant version of a butterfly. So, like, what if he grows up? Like, if he gets older, does he eventually get the power to turn into a butterfly instead? I don't know. As it is, that's a really useless power. Only way that's going to come into play is if one of his enemies tries to eat him and he poisons them. That's going to be... No, that's just going to be a straight up Z-. That's awful. This person can turn into a turtle. That really sucks. He gets some more defensive power out of that, but other than that, man. Baron Tamago, this is the weird one, where he can regenerate from fatal injuries stronger than he was before, which is honestly awesome. But the upper limit of that strength, I'm not sure. Oda explains that if he's beaten at his strongest form, he just goes back to his weakest form. I don't know. The whole being able to survive fatal injuries thing is cool. But then he has a bit of a vulnerable moment in between transformations where he can be finished off. Being able to turn into a chihuahua is obviously pathetic. That is an awful power. Being able to turn into an axolotl. What is the point of being able to turn into an amphibious animal if you can't swim? That's stupid. That is an obvious Z-. That doesn't make any sense. Axolotls don't have any other power other than maybe, I don't know, you can cut their head off and attach it to something else. And you can attach it to other axolotls and then it'll just fuse. That's the one other thing that they can do, is they can like come back from getting parts of their bodies cut off. And even then it's very slowly. It's not like a miraculous healing factor. It's not like Perfect Cell where you just bam, you grow a new head. Like, no, it happens super slow. Being able to turn into a beetle is cool. It's just unfortunate that the people with these like insect-based powers are already pretty tiny. Because the idea of a grown-ass man being able to turn into like basically turn into Kamen Rider. So I'm definitely going to rate that a little higher. This one can fly. And that's cool. Big News Morgans turns into a flightless bird. That's pretty pathetic. Well, I say that, but then I remember that time when he totally whooped some guy's butt. And that guy was like a trained government official / assassin. This one turns into, what was it? Just like a little rodent or small woodland creature or whatever. You know, that's awful. Now we get to the cool ones where you get to turn into dinosaurs. Those ones are all awesome. I'm going to be rating those higher for sure. All the ones that let you turn into dinosaurs are really beastly. If there was just a bit of, cooperation here. Being able to turn to a mammoth or a mastodon or whatever, not as impressive though. You don't get cool sharp teeth like you do with a dinosaur. Being able to turn into a Spinosaurus, that's awesome. Being able to turn into a Pteranodon, also awesome. Turn to a Brachiosaurus, you know what? Not as awesome. Not as awesome. You basically get to be in a weight class of your own because you're so huge, but that's it. Pachycephalosaurus, not quite as awesome also. Oh my gosh, this website is going nuts. What else do we got? Guy turns into a... What does he turn into? He either turns into a no, he turns into a Triceratops. That's pretty awesome. Oh my gosh. This is so bad. There you go. Man, put them side by side, it looks like Barton and Sasuke are related. Turn into a giant ancient spider. That's actually, I'm not too wowed by that. Um, she does get some cool powers, like obviously the sticky webs and the poison or whatever. You know what? Maybe I should just go ahead and make her B tier. Saber-toothed tiger. That's awesome. Or it's Smilodon. I forget which one. Ooh, but now we get into the mythical zones. These are the super awesome ones. Like being able to turn into a phoenix, which is basically like a jet-powered bird with a healing factor. And he has like cool healing magic that he can use. That's got to be S rank. That's got to be S rank. Didn't see too much of what Sengoku can do with his power. He turns into a big Daibutsu, and he gets shockwave powers for some reason. That always felt really redundant to me when that arc already had someone who had shockwave powers. But, you know, he's big and tough and made of gold, and he makes shockwaves. You know, there you go. A rank. Oh, man. You know this guy's got to be at least S rank. At least. Because he turns into a dragon. I will go ahead and put him in S rank. Because he's broken, but he's not broken. He's not all the way broken the way these guys are. Where they can just beat you. This one, I'm unclear on what the limitations of its powers are, because we've barely seen it. But you can, like, you can transform into other people. Which we've kind of seen. But then on top of that, you have an animal transformation. I'm not really sure how to rate this one. So I'll just go ahead and put it in B. This one, this is a kind of cool devil fruit. But it's given to a guy who can't fight. So he's basically the Japanese Hydra. He gets to sprout a bunch of heads, and he can survive decapitation up to 7 times. A very specific power, but whatever. And he's like big and tough, but you know, I didn't see too much going on here. The fact that the guy does not actually seem to have any limbs, he just has his heads. I would not want to put I wouldn't want to attack with my head. So I'm tempted to rate that one pretty low. This one, what was this? I think you could turn into some sort of weird form of person. No, thank you. She could turn into like a wolf with ice powers. That's pretty cool. And no pun intended. So I'll go ahead and I'll put that in A rank. This felt really done to me. This is a horse that got the power to turn into a Pegasus. So it has the power to turn into something that is half of what it already was. You know, half bird, half horse. So in the end, you get something that is 75% horse and 25% bird. Well, whatever. You can fly. Flying is cool. I'll go ahead and rate it pretty high. Because if it was a person who had that, then you'd be like half man, 1/4 horse, 1/4 bird. Now we get into the Logias. The Smoke, despite the Smoker being a jobber, I'm still going to rate him super high. Just because of the fact that if you don't have Haki, then you can't really touch this guy. And the fact that he can like shoot his limbs like a rocket by rapidly turning them into smoke. The way that he can cling to things with his smoke and like grab them with the smoke. Like, let that be a testament to how awesome Logias are if the worst one is still an A rank. Being able to turn into fire, obviously, like, awesome. Please cooperate. Okay. What is it? Is it because the list is too big that it's wigging out on me? Like, ugh. Being able to turn into sand, even though that has the clear and obvious weakness of being weak to water, the fact that it also comes with the bonus that you can like dry things out, that's really cool. So I'll put that in S as well. And now I gotta wait for this to load up again. Thank you. Now being able to turn into lightning is the coolest. It's the coolest. It's the absolute coolest, and I don't think any... What happened? Where did it go? Where did he go? What? But I didn't put him anywhere. He's down in S+. Where did he go? Great, now I gotta go looking for him. The whole tier list thing has been screwed up because now I have to go look for Enel. This is literally my favorite devil fruit, and now it's gone. It is just gone. Did he disappear somewhere in this huge list? I don't see him anywhere. No, this tier list is not going anywhere until we find him. He's in here somewhere. But because this website is crap, it just wigged out and like just threw him away. There he is. D rank, come on. That is rude. Enel deserves nothing less than S+. Because being able to turn to lightning is just the coolest. He's unstoppable, he's untouchable, his only weakness is rubber. Ice, also cool. What the hell are you doing? Do not do that. Look, it did it again. No. No. This guy right here. Please. Please do not do this again. Ugh. This website drives me to drink. Now this one's weird. The dark fruit basically lets you create this weird cloud of gravitational force. It's billed as being like one of the most awesome, but then you can't turn intangible the way other Logias can. And instead the opposite happens, where you draw attacks into yourself and take huge damage. But then why can't you just use the Dark Cloud? Because the Dark Cloud can draw things into itself and absorb them. So how come he can absorb like whole buildings, but if he gets attacked, that doesn't count and he can't absorb it? Like, is absorbing a building and absorbing a building that's being thrown at him two different things? I don't get that. Like, he should logically be able to just put up his darkness and then absorb things before they get him. He can nullify Devil Fruit powers too, but that's only really useful if you're in a fight with other Devil Fruit users. I don't know. I'm actually not as into... what? What's this guy... Stop that! Anyway, I'll put him in A rank. No, I should put him in S. I cannot. I cannot in good conscience. No, but he can't. He can't turn intangible. I am actually gonna go ahead and put him in A. Dude made out of light, obviously awesome. I don't think if Oda's ever clarified if the guy made out of light or the guy made out of lightning is more powerful. And I can't move him. I can't move him at all. It's not working. There. And oof. Please don't. Okay. Guy made out of lava. I mean, we saw plain as day that he is just straight up stronger than the guy made out of fire. I don't think I can't put him in S+. Yeah. I think I'm actually kind of required to put him in S+. I mean, he's one of the few One Piece characters to have a body count. How can I not put him in S+? Caribou gets the dime store version of Blackbeard's power, where he can absorb things into his body and then take them out later. But then he can turn intangible and like smother people with his mud power. This might seem weird, but I don't know. It makes sense to me. I never really thought that the Dark Arc Fruit was actually that strong. Dude who can turn into gas. This is one of the... I freaking did it again. No. Like this. Up. Uppies. There you go. Thank you. Obviously, this guy has to be better. Like, honestly, gas fruit. Like, you just turn into gas? That feels so lazy to me. Like, Oda really phoned in that concept. Like, oh, you just turn into vague, non-specific gas. Whatever. It is neat how you can control a wide range of gases, though. But I heard that Caesar actually artificially enhanced his Devil Fruit power. But without knowing what that means. Like, I don't know. I just got to grade it based on what it can do. Snow... Being able to turn into snow is cool. I don't know if it's as strong as being able to turn into straight up ice. It's probably not. And the fact that you're like weak to heat, I don't know. Maybe I'm rating that too high. Maybe I'll put her down here with Smoker and them. Not rating him because he's got the same power as somebody else. This guy, and this is weird. I think, like, his plant-based powers seem super lame, but he can, like, recover from fatal damage. But then we have other people who can do the same thing. Like, Marco can do that. I'm gonna rate this guy low. I don't think his powers are that cool or awesome. Well, I say low. I still put him in A rank, but compared to like some of these other guys, I don't know. This guy can turn into soot. And he can like shape that soot into like birds that fly around and do other stuff like that. Flying is cool, and being a Logia is cool, and this guy can do both of those things. So where did he go? Where did he go? I just put him here. He just disappeared. Where did he go? Great, now we gotta look for him too? What happened? I just put him down. Where did he go? There he is. No. Up here. Golly. This website is so bad. I'm starting to look forward to when this list is going to be over. Okay, this guy can make, like, guys out of clay. Which is okay, I guess. That's almost like getting other Logias to work for you. That's kind of awesome. No. 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 Yeah, the fact that he can actually, like, animate the clay makes it a little better than a lot of other Devil Fruit powers that let you make stuff. Like candy or a wax or butter. Bluegrass has a weird power where it seems like when she can ride on your back, she can control what you do. That's really specific. And I don't know if that's all that awesome, so I'll go ahead and put her in C. But again, that's not a power that we've seen in action a whole lot. Now, before we dig into the non-canon Devil Fruits, I'm gonna go ahead and reach down here and go for these canon characters who kind of got caught in the shuffle. Like the Gorosei, a big, like, spider ox demon with, like, magic paralysis and mind bullets and stuff, and he can recover from seemingly any injury. That's definitely going to be an S. And it almost dropped that guy. That was going to be really annoying. Jupiter can turn into a big sandworm that can also recover from any injury. And he's absolutely enormous and can, like, suck things out. No. You know what? Yeah, I'll go ahead and put him in A. He's not quite as cool as Saturn, even though he's bigger. Venus can turn into, like, a creepy, like, nightmare. Like, flaming skeleton horse, Ghost Rider horse thing. That's gonna be an A. Mars can turn into, like, a snake bird that shoots a laser beam out of its mouth. So obviously that's going to be S. And by the way, all of these guys can regenerate. Like, all the Gorosei have regeneration powers. Mercury. Mercury has the... Like, he's tops in terms of defensive powers, second only to maybe Bart and Jozu. But then he's also super giant and super strong. And also has the healing factor. So I'm going to rate him higher than them. And this guy. Who is this guy? I actually have to look this up because I don't know who this guy is. I'm pretty sure I saw him under Zoan. So let's try and find this guy. Oh, great. This website doesn't want to load either. Come on. Pomsky. I think this guy recently showed up in the Egghead arc. I don't remember what he can do. Pomsky ate an unnamed Zoan type devil fruit that allows him to transform into a sea otter. A sea otter. What use could that possibly have when you can't swim? That's so stupid. That's a Z minus. That's a Z minus for sure. Who else? Uh, I've got these three guys here. Momo, uh, Sheepshead, and Batman. Sheepshead is kind of a stand-in for all of the artificial devil fruits where you can control the transformation, and Batman is a stand-in for all the artificial devil fruits where you can't control the transformation. Where it's just a permanent alteration to your body. And honestly, Momo got the artificial devil fruit that Vegapunk made, so it's different. His devil fruit virtually identical to Kaido's, except instead of turning into a blue dragon, he turns into a pink dragon. So obviously, I'm not going to rate him as high, but you know, he still turns into a dragon, and I wouldn't complain about that. And then obviously being able to turn into being able to like control your transformation is awesome, but even in that case, the artificial Zoans never seem as good as the full-blown Zoans. Never. And then obviously the ones where they just permanently warp your body are terrible. And unfortunately that seems to be the majority of these artificial Zoans, is you're just kind of screwed. A lot of times the devil fruit that you get even seems like a hindrance. And have you ever seen Hamlet, where it's a guy with a giraffe body, but instead of a giraffe head, it's just an entire human body at the end of a giraffe neck. And he's so heavy that his giraffe neck has trouble holding him up. Like, he's suffering every minute of his life. And these artificial Zoans, they only have a 1 in 10 chance of actually working. If they don't, you're just screwed. You can't swim, and you get nothing in return. So obviously these devil fruits are terrible. And in the case of Batman, I mean, sorry if you're an anime only and you got confused, but Batman got a huge buff in the anime, where for whatever reason they just decided to make him just super duper tough. Like almost like supernova level fighter. And let's see. I think that might be it for the canon character. No, wait. Uta. Uta's another weird one because she is a canon character, but her, like, she mainly only shows up in non-canon material. Like, she is in the story, she is a character, but like her big adventure is a non-canon movie. So her power is that through her song she can draw into a dream world where she is all powerful, and there's really no way of getting out of that. And it's honestly just straight up overpowered. Especially if she dies, you're stuck there forever. So that's an S+. So that's it for the canon characters. Now we gotta look at the non-canon ones. And this is where it gets hard, because I don't always remember what these powers are. These are the more obscure powers. I'm gonna have to try and remember how they work. Some of them I remember. Like this guy, his only power is that he shoots like a beam out of his mouth. Very limited in what it can do. So that's gonna be an F. Apis can only talk to animals. Pretty useless. Especially since, you know, Chopper can already do that. So that's gonna be, yeah, just a Z-. That's useless. Eric, he can make, like, slashing whirlwinds, but then a lot of people who excel in swordsmanship in One Piece can already do that without needing a devil fruit. And when a character can just charge right through your ultimate attack like it's nothing, that's not a good look. That's a really bad one. That's going to be a Z. Bear King. His body has the property of flint, where it can be super tough and also heat up. And that's going to be a recurring thing for a lot of these non-canon devil fruits. For some reason, they always come back to, like, this character can heat up their bodies, they can become super hot, they can generate heat, they can make flames or explosions or whatever. It always comes back to heat. And it just sucks. It's not original, and I get tired of seeing it. So I'm just gonna put him in Z-. This one I think can make people go to sleep, which is honestly pretty powerful. If it can just straight up make you go to sleep, like, that really puts it on the same level as Moria's power, where you are just at your enemy's mercy. Like, let me just real quick, let me brush up on that. And that opened up in the wrong window. That was really rude. Like, I could have had, like, the most private thing ever open on that window, and you opened it on the wrong screen. Like, what is wrong with you? What does he do? Noko. Namu no Mi. Trap people inside a dream world while they're asleep and steal their memories to power... Okay, yeah, that's obviously S+. Manipulate the dream world using the stolen memories. Take control of someone in the dream world. That's like, get out. That's insanely powerful. It's like I was saying, when it comes down to these non-canon devil fruit powers, there's really only two options. Either they are super weak, or they are the most overpowered thing you've ever heard of in your life. Like, instantly compel you to go to sleep and then control you, and also steal all your memories. Next we've got Blue. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name, but that's how it's spelled. Blyue. Blue. Okay. And for some reason, he's designed like a Bleach character where he's got like the mask on. What's this thing? Gives him the power to reduce his own size. Oh yeah, because he's like a giant. And he can make himself normal size. Oh wait. This is a power that someone else has. Yeah, Blue and Lillian's stomach actually have the same power. So I'm going to go ahead and just put her under not rated. And I'll put Blue under Z- because that's a stupid power. On second thought, I'll put him in Z. What the heck? Why did you do that? Why did I just grab some random guy who wasn't even on my screen? Okay, so Blue, being able to turn small, that is a way to, like, be sneaky. So that is kind of cool. You know what? I'll do you a little better than that. I'll go ahead and put you under... Wait, where did I put Invisible Guy? Z? I'll put you right next to him. This guy can make, like... He could turn things into cubes and then telekinetically control the cubes. Like any inanimate object, he could reduce into tiny cubes that he could control. He could turn air into cube and then, like, throw it at you. It's a projectile. and then he could like turn you into a cube, and I wasn't sure if there was any way you could get out of that. Like, let me try and find his profile here on the wiki, just to be sure. There we go. Gyron, that's his name. He's what is he from? I don't know. I think he's from 3D2Y. He can transform people into cubes, incapacitating them. And I think he did that just by touching someone. Like, I'm not sure if there's any way to get out of that. If he can break through defenses just fine and also turn people into cubes and render them helpless, then that actually seems super powerful. Like, just the idea that he touches you and then that's it. It's kind of over for you. That's really wild, honestly. This guy could just turn his body hot, you know, really boring. This guy could make poisonous spores. So basically just a lamer version of what Magellan could do. Where is Magellan? Where is he? Oh, right here. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this guy in C. Largo, this is weird. He can make nets out of the things that he eats, or ingests rather. Like, he drinks a bunch of hot water, but then he still incurs the pain of having drank boiling hot water, which should logically kill you. So that doesn't, like, being able to, like, he eats metal. Like, you ate metal. That should kill you. I don't really understand it. If it doesn't render him immune to the harm of eating things that should not be eaten, how does he not die? But then he eats them anyway, and then he can make nets. And it doesn't seem like there's any escape from his nets. Like, he can make spiky nets, sticky nets, nets made out of fire, nets made out of hot water. He can also turn his own body into nets. He's almost like the first special Paramecia. He's like Katakuri in that regard. And so he can nullify blunt damage. He can trap you inside his own body. His Delphor's just straight up insanely powerful, actually. I think I'm gonna go ahead and put him in S. Now, hold on a sec. This is wigging out. My window is wigging out. What else we got? This guy could, like, make things bigger and go faster. Like inanimate objects that he touched. And his big trick was just picking up random rocks on the floor and throwing them, and they would turn into deadly projectiles. It's hard for me to perceive, like, the true depth of that power, but it seems pretty cool. I'll go ahead and... No, I'll put that in C. This guy, Breed, he could just make people his slaves, straight up. Like, let me double check and see if there was any limitation to that. Because there's got to be some sort of weakness, right? And yet, a lot of times I feel like that's not true. Like, guys will just have no weakness. And it's completely unfair. Where is he? I don't see him on this list. There he is. Guy's name is Breed. That's a little sus. He ate the pet fruit. Control all living things by giving them colors. He can make them projectiles. They can be dodged, so don't get hit. Great advice. They cannot control their consciousness and senses, allowing them to come up with plans to escape the user's control. Okay. The victim must be able to hear and comprehend the command for it to take effect. Simon Breed had to repeat his order to Caesar that he lie down after Caesar failed to hear it the first time. And when he lost control of Luffy and Law when they were wearing earplugs. If the victims exert enough willpower, they can resist the commands. Oh. That seems really lame then. Still, being able to control people is, like, way strong. I'm gonna rate him pretty high. There you go. A rank. This guy's name is Benz. Well, he belongs in Benz because his power is trash. He can control plants, and I mean, that's not really awesome. Plants get whooped up on by human beings all the time. I mean, have you seen the rainforest? Not impressed. That's a Z. Iron, however, can de-age people, which is pretty wild. Like, let me see what the limitation is on her power. Devil Fruit, Moto no Mi. Strengths and weaknesses. The user does not have to actually. The user does not actually have to touch the target, as one can charge and throw pink energy balls to the target in question. Wow. It seems to lose its effects when the ability user loses consciousness. Okay, that's pretty standard for Devil Fruits. So, well, so no unique weaknesses. This power de-ages anything that she hits by 12 years. She can also shoot projectiles with the same effect. And if you get hit enough times, she de-ages you to the point where you no longer exist. And that's it. There's no weakness to this Devil Fruit. There's no weakness to this Devil Fruit. It just lets you erase people from existence. That's S+. Bill, he could ingest ore and shape it into weapons, like his body was like a blast furnace. He could forge weapons out of the ore that he eats. Which, too bad if there's no ore, then his power is basically useless. I mean, I do think he can heat himself up. You know what? That's basically what this is. He's just another guy who can heat up his own body. That's Z-. I also remember him breaking out his ultimate finishing move, and Luffy just plows straight through like it's no big deal. This is the guy who could phase through solid objects. Obviously, that is totally awesome. Wait, is that just all the way awesome? If you can just let anything pass through your body, you would be invincible. Let me read more about his power before I jump to conclusions. His Devil Fruit. Okay. Powered. Phase through solid objects. avoiding attacks from non-organic weapons and projectiles. Share their intangibility with whatever they touch. He can make people fall through the floor with his intangibility. Cannot phase through living tissue. Okay, so there is a bit of weakness to this. I'm not just going to make him S+. I'm actually going to make him, like, A. Because that's still really strong. Let's see. I'm just going through this list based on what I can remember. Some of these guys I remember, some of them I don't. This guy, this was the dumbass who could like make his limbs into wheels. It's a terrible power. Yeah, that's gonna be Z minus. This guy can make chains. That's cool. It's kind of ironic that it's less powerful than the guy who can make strings. Like, you can break through these chains. So that's going to be a D. This guy could telekinetically control gold, like he can make it liquid or solid. As long as he touched it. This guy was really strong, actually. But then his power is dependent on, like, one of the most rare elements in the world. So I'm tempted to say that it's not that strong. Like, you gotta get your hands on some gold. But if you do get your hands on gold, then that's awesome. Actually, I'm gonna rate this guy way lower, just based on that fact. Like, it worked out for him because he had tons and tons of gold. But most people do not. I'm actually going to rate him super low. I can't believe I was going to rate him super high. Battlecry could steal people's luck. And it's hard to know how to beat that because she can just make things go her way no matter what. But her luck is finite. Like, Usopp tricked her into spending all her luck. That's really weird. It's a weird concept. I'm not sure how to grade that. So I'll just give it a D. C tier is already super full. I'm not sure if I want to put anything else in C tier. Douglas Bullet, he could like, what could he do? He could like transmogrify things. It was hard to really like how do I explain that? What was his thing? Devil fruit. Disassemble inanimate objects and reassemble them into any configuration he wants with his mind. That seems really powerful. I think he used it to make like a giant robot. Yeah. The idea that it's any inanimate object? It is any inanimate object, right? Large mechanical structures and vessels. Dependent on the resources the user has at their disposal and their own efficiency. User must also know what they are making, meaning one needs a large amount of mechanical knowledge. Okay, so not that spicy. I think I'm actually gonna rate that one kind of low. Like, Law of Devil Fruit benefits from having medical knowledge. But even if you had no medical knowledge, you can still get a lot of use out of it. What else do we have here? Patrick Redfield could just turn into a vampire and drain your youth. That seems insanely powerful. Like, all the way powerful. Like, S+. Like, if I can, just let me brush up on that real quick. Let me go to the Zoan page. Zoan. Patrick Redfield. He had like the mythical version of the Badford unless he turned into a vampire. Fly. Cloaking. Teleportation. Drain someone's life force. So they get older and you get younger. No, this just seems straight up overpowered. Yeah, draining someone's life force. Overpowered. Who'd have thunk it? This person can just turn into a cheetah, which is obviously less awesome than turning into a leopard. Like, where did I put? Where I put my guy Lucci? In C, so I'll put this guy in D. This was the guy who could like turn into paper and control paper or whatever. And obviously that's very lame. Unless you read or / watched Read or Die. That is awesome. So you know what? I'll go ahead and rate him a little higher. He was like a Logia user. He could turn into paper. This guy too. He could turn into like candy syrup. And he could shape that into sharp stuff, so I'm gonna put him in A. Let's see who else. Ground. First off, terrible name. All Hunt Ground. Second, he looks like such a Gary Stu self-insert character. Terrible character design. And third, he has like the dumbest power where one of his arms is like this out of control big muscly red gorilla arm. Genuinely stupid. Z-. Honey Queen could turn into like a fluid, but she had to take her clothes off. Her clothes did not transform with her like most other characters. So that obviously sucks. And I don't know, she just didn't really have a whole lot going on. So pretty low for a Logia. And now we're getting to the part where I don't remember these characters' powers. And I'm gonna have to do some reading. And there's a lot of them. Alpaca Chino, I assume that's just someone who can turn into an alpaca. No, wait, I think that was like the gun that can turn into a dog. I think that was like a cannon that could turn into an alpaca. And that's obviously a garbage power, so that's going to be E. And, you know, alpacas are cute, don't get me wrong, but that's not an impressive ability. What could he do? Pato, this little guy here. Transform leaves into different objects or people. People. The people that the user creates aren't as powerful as the original and will turn back into leaves once defeated. Not as powerful? Well, that's pretty vague, don't you think? The individuals the user creates have the same exact abilities as the originals and are utterly loyal to the user. That's S+. That's S plus. You can just make an army of One Piece characters that serve you. Obviously, that's S plus. That's completely unfair. What if I could just make an army of sugars and then delete people from existence? See what I mean about how non-canon characters are written to be completely unbalanced, where some of them have worthless garbage powers, and some of them are completely invincible? This guy, wow. This guy can turn into this. He can turn into this thing. Does it have any special powers? It can fly, even though it doesn't have wings. Okay. Large enough to carry people on his back. Okay. And that was this guy. So he turns to this cool thing that can fly. I'll go ahead and yeah, I'll put that in B. What about this dumb looking dog? It can turn into an eagle. Half dog, half eagle. That's wild. Why did it do that? Now, obviously, eagles are cooler than falcons. Like, eagles are big bastards. Let's see. What else? That's Alpacachino. I think that might be it for these, like, the Zoans. Let me see what these other guys could do. And there are a lot of non-canon Paramecia users. I guess just because it's really versatile, like, you can basically make up anything. Lots of guys here. Oh yeah, now I remember. Psycho P could, like, make camouflage. That's what it was. Not much more useful than the guy who can just straight up turn invisible. If anything, it might be worse. Z minus. Wilder, Poke, and oh golly, so many. Okay, so Wilder. This where's Wilder? Go with the goggles. Allows them to generate heat waves. Okay, so obviously this guy goes in Z minus. It's just the same power as Bear King, same power as Achino, same power as Bill. It's just another guy who can generate heat. Boring. Boring. Poke, the little kid, what's his power? Allows them to create clones of people and things. Create multiple clones of themselves or any other person or object they desire. The clones have the same abilities as their S+. The same abilities as their original counterparts. Though their strength is not equal. Could you be more specific? Their strength is not equal to the originals? To what degree? The user has command over the clones, even if the actions they are doing goes against their original personalities. That's S+. It's really the same thing as this little Tanuki looking thing. Anne. The green haired character. What could she do? Allows the user to create phantoms or illusory images by touching pictures. She can create phantoms of objects, plants, and even people that can then interact with their environment? Huh? That doesn't sound like an illusion. If they can interact with the environment, then that means they're real. Uses fruits to trick their opponents by creating phantoms of objects or other people. The phantoms created by the fruit's abilities can also interact with their environment like the pictures they are imitating. See when Anne's phantom of Vinsmoke Reiju removed marionette poison gas from those being controlled by Caesar Clown. The illusions will retain any abilities or oddities that the original possesses, whether or not Anne is aware of them. One of the weaknesses, if the user is being manipulated, the phantoms can be created against their will. The user also has to touch a picture for the power to work. The illusion being generated. What do you mean by picture? Can I just like scribble something up and then you touch it and that makes it go? The illusion being generated takes time, though Anne has developed her abilities to the point where the required time is functionally instant. Okay, this is another S+. It's just another person who can just make other characters. She can just make clones of other characters and have them do her bidding. It says they're illusions, but then it says that they're not. They have all the same powers. They can interact with their environment. They're not illusions. They're not. They are, but they're not. This crazy Kenpachi looking guy, Bad One Gracie. That's a wild name, by the way. It sounds like a pro wrestler. Allows him to turn anything into a gun or cannon. Interesting idea. I mean, it sounds cool. So I'm inclined to rate it kind of high just based on that. But then, how effective are guns and cannons in One Piece? Really, they're not. So I'm gonna go ahead and put them in D. Neiro, which is the name of this guy here with the crazy mustache, allows him to control his own or his opponent's amount of body fat. I anticipate some interesting uses for that devil fruit. Okay, I gotta put this one in S+ then. I'm sorry, I can't. Something deep inside of me tells me that this needs to be an S+. Like, he can make people thick. Gotta be S+. Come on. That's the power to change the world. Bounty. This guy right here, this Saint Seiya looking dude. He could, allows him to turn his jealousy into flames and okay, Z-. He's just another guy with heat powers. What about Prize? The who? Who? Which one is Prize? This one right here. This scary looking dude. Could, what could he do? Deliver anything to any specific point he can see. Standard weapons as well as things that are too small to see or are invisible, like viruses? Like he can just send you Ebola? Wait, when you say deliver, like how fast? Is it teleportation or not? Because it says that if he's knocked unconscious, the object will lose momentum and fall from the air. I don't know. The fruit also allows the user to deliver others' hearts to themselves, similar to Law's ability. What? Okay, this is a really weird power. I'm not sure how to grade it. So I'm just going to be safe and put it in D. If the website will let me. Thank you. Artur Baca. This guy whose art I couldn't get. I guess he appears in like a novel or something. What was his thing? Allows him to dissolve himself into a liquid and dissolve the will of others, taking control of them. If the ability is not canceled within 24 hours of being triggered, then the affected person will die. To trigger the ability, the user must make direct eye contact with the victim, meaning that anything to block vision is effective in countering it, including reflective lenses. What? While in liquid form, immune to physical attacks. Affected by electricity-based attacks. Which are not very common, honestly. Acid. They turn into acid. They turn into acid and can also mind control people and then kill them. That's S plus. That's wild. Like, these are so unbalanced. I mean, one of them lets you turn into an alpaca, the other one just makes you unstoppable. What? What? Pekatan. What? Allows the user to quickly transform enemies into allies, allowing him to overwhelm stronger opponents. People transformed into Pekatan will work with the main body, working against former allies. People transformed into Pekatan keep the clothes and weapons they had on them. Unknown time limit. I don't understand what's going on. Allows the user to transform other people into clones of Pekatan. This, there's a time limit on it? Is there anything stopping you from just using it again? This seems like S+. I'll put it into S. Eventually it wears off. But wow. Tablets? Tablets, wow. Allows the user to transport other people into a game-like world. Significantly decrease your opponent's strength. Abstracting fights to a position where the user cannot be harmed. What the? I do not understand. This seems crazy powerful, though. So I'm just going to put that in S as well. The idea that it sucks people into a video game world, that's like crazy. Yeah, this tablet has a devil fruit power. Even though it's not a even though it's not a Zoan devil fruit power, this inanimate object has it, which really goes against the. Why did you do that? Please don't do that. So that's, I mean, I guess that's why this is non-canon, huh? Let's see. Come on, go ahead and load. Load for me. Lip Shark, which is this thing here. Lip Shark. Sounds like an app that's gonna teach you a second language. What does it do? What does it do? Brought to life by the Kiara no Mi. Provides consciousness to non-living souls, allowing the soul to merge with others. It was eaten by Lip Shark. The ability to merge with other people. What the... The ability to merge with other people. I'm not even sure what that really means. But if it's dependent on other people, then maybe it's not really that good. I'm going to rate it really low. This fancy looking guy with one of the wildest names ever. Balzac. Turn anything they touch into. I mean, I don't really. They can turn anything they touch into a bomb. That sounds a whole lot like, you know, what other characters can already do. Not original or interesting at all. To me, it's just another form of all these, like, heat-based attacks. Totally boring. And Cardia, the fancy guy right next to him, this guy, could reproduce the appearance of the deceased. Well, I mean, if people know that they're dead, then that's not going to be very convincing. That seems like a terrible power. Z-. Hers, which is the blonde-looking guy here, allows the user to force others to dance. Okay. Even until they dance themselves to death. Okay. Is there... Like, what's the vehicle? Can he just wish people to dance until they die? That seems really twisted and also very powerful. I'm gonna put that in S+. These non-canon Devil Fruit powers are insane. They vastly outnumber like the number of S+ tier Devil Fruits in canon One Piece. Like, wow. Which, by the way, I don't know if you ever know this, but Kizaru was the one who said that mythical zones are even more rare than Logia, but if you do the math, that's clearly not true. There are significantly more mythical zones at this point than Logia. I mean, if I just look at that, like if I just do the math, let me go ahead and look at how many mythical zones there are real quick. If the website will cooperate. Mythical. Yeah, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There are 14 of them. And how many Logias are there? Logia. That's yeah, 12. So that doesn't check out. Oh no, wait, 13, because there was also Monet. But no, there are more mythical zones than there are Paramecia. So that was bogus. But yeah, the Dance Dance fruit is insane. Yehudi. Sounds like you're trying to say Jehuti while you've got like a sore throat. Tune abilities and powers by firing beams or making direct contact with a target. What does that even mean, dude? Increase or decrease the abilities of and powers of people by firing beams known as Age beams or Sage beams. It is possible to make finer and stronger adjustments by touching the target directly. Also, just their own power as well as the environment. That's not very specific, but I mean, I'm going to go ahead and rate this right alongside other powers that depend on other people. Or no, this one doesn't depend on other people as much. But actually, you know what? The idea that you can just make yourself stronger, that's kind of insane, actually. If you can just make yourself stronger, then you can just make yourself be like the strongest. I don't see any limitations to that. It doesn't say there's any limitations. Audia Suerte, which is this video game guy. His power was summon large gauntlets with which he can grab and manipulate any non-living thing. That sounds super lame. Normal One Piece characters can do that just by being super strong. So that's going to be a Z tier power. Like, unless I click on this and I read something that's insane. Yeah, no, nothing special about this power. Vendler, which, by the way, not a very flattering mugshot right here. But their power is create and command copies of people if he knows their name and has seen them in person. So that's another one of these insane powers where he can just make clones of other people. Complete with like all their powers. That's another S. That's a power I see a lot between this girl and this guy and like this rat and this little kid. Like a lot of people have the power to just make other One Piece characters and make them do their bidding. They can just take everyone on this list and then like conscript them into a massive One Piece army and just make them fight for him. Like, is there any limit to how many copies they can make? Or how fast they can make them? Bolster, the Phantom of the Opera looking guy. Compression human. Compress large bombs into a small size. Or compress energy and release a shockwave. That doesn't sound very creative. That sounds honestly boring. This is E-. Homing, the guy with the goggles. Make objects he holds land in a spot he has previously locked onto. That sounds like a better version of what Vanderdecken has, but not much better. That's gonna be a Z. Fanto. Fanto, this dude right here. Probe the memories of people he touches and create illusions and auditory hallucinations based on them, making him a phantom human. Illusions, huh? That does sound pretty... I don't know. People know their illusions. I don't know. That doesn't sound very exciting. That's gonna be another Z. Chameleon, which is this really crazy looking guy right here. He's got a cool costume. I mean, if I just click on this and I show you like his full art. Look at that guy. That is cool. But let's see what he can do. Allows him to copy the abilities of other Devil Fruit users. Really? Copy other people's abilities. Seems he needs to see the person he needs to copy, thus giving it a big weakness. That doesn't seem like a big weakness to me. It seems totally overpowered. Needs great concentration using this ability. He stops using his powers whenever he sneezes. Well, just, I don't know, take some, like, Benadryl, dude. Okay, it's not as crazy as these powers where you can just make clones of other people and they have the powers and they fight for you, but that's still crazy. That is crazy. That is S rank for sure. Lambor, this flamboyant looking guy, he can he's got the same power as Bill. So I'm not even going to rate him. I'm going to put him under NR. Hello? Thank you. Buildy, the mustachioed fellow. Transform individuals into different people. Once transformed, the individuals gain the abilities of the people they transform into. Wow. One unique weakness. People transformed return to their original state once they are incapacitated. Whatever that means. I mean, okay, but if you turn everyone into Kaido, if you just make an army of Kaido, they're not going to get incapacitated because they're stronger than everybody. That seems ridiculous. Turn normal people into copies of others, giving them their abilities. The transformed return to their original state when they're incapacitated. Well, then just turn them into someone that can't be beaten. Like Kaido. Just turn them into Kaido. This is unfair. This is another S plus power. In Tekken, this person in a hat, they can we're gonna see these are magic abilities like creating illusions or causing things to disappear. Causing things to disappear. What do you mean by that? Allowing these to disappear or at will or easily escape from opponents. Illusions. Hypnotize others. Well, I mean, if you can just disappear and you can hypnotize people, then that kind of makes you invincible. No one can beat you. S plus. These non-canon Devil Fruit powers are insane. How do they get beaten? Like, if any of these guys are bad guys, how do you win? How do you win against girl who can just make you not exist, or characters who can make clones of other characters as much as they want, who have all of their powers? This is absurd. Or a guy who can just make you old and drain all your life force, and then he's young and he just beats you. Like, so many of these guys have power that are basically just like a big fat I win button. Nitro. So this is just another boring explosion guy. You can make like fire and heat and explosions, and he's totally boring. Bon Bon, dude with the big hair. Wow, this is the last guy. Make people fall in love with them through lights and singing. What? Force any living creature to fall in love with him or anything else he chooses, and follow any of his orders by spreading the wings of his peacock-like outfit and pouring a ray of light onto them, and singing "Hore Hore Love Revolution." He can control who falls for who, because he made Nami fall for his brother Burst. A major... Who's Burst again? Did I miss somebody? No, that was the last guy we rated. His power and charm will also have no effect on anyone who has already found what they love most. Okay. I mean, that seems pretty awesome. I'd give that an S+. Wow. So that's it. That's my big old One Piece Devil Fruits tier list. And it doesn't get much more comprehensive than that, because I'm pretty sure I got everybody. I got powers of all types. I got canon and non-canon. Everybody's here. Everybody's here, like Smash Ultimate. Wow. That... Whew. Talk about a wild ride. Nah. I think... You know what? I think that's going to do it for the stream. It wound up being a whole lot longer than I expected it to be. And you know what? I had a lot of fun. That was really neat. This is something I've wanted to do for a while, is just kind of take inventory of all the different devil fruits. And try and figure out which ones I thought were better than others. More S pluses than expected, although granted most of them are non-canon. Quite honestly, I don't think Enel's power is quite as overpowered as the others who came before him, but like, whatever. His power is just so cool that I don't care. I feel pretty good about the rating here. So that's gonna do it for this stream. We're gonna take a break next Sunday. So plan. Let me go ahead and whip out my calendar and see what's up. Plan for the next stream to be August 4th. That's the plan. So until then, y'all have a good night.